This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
We are out and about getting ready for the sunset safari. Although, just to clarify, there has been absolutely no sun whatsoever today, and it does indeed look like rain is on the horizon, but who knows? Either way, it's chilly, and I would just like to stay dry. It was a wet one this morning again. But good afternoon, my name is Lauren, and I do have Kat on camera once again, and we're just sitting on quarantine. It's a really good place to start, just like A is a good place to start. Quarantine's a good place to start. Listening, looking, smelling, assessing where the clouds are the darkest. What are the impala up to? But sadly, nothing much so far. I do believe the dogs that Tessa had this morning are now on Chitwa. So hopefully that leaves some promise for a little bit later when they get mobile. And I am really hoping for an active hyena den. I feel like it's been a good few days since I've had some real activity, I must say. But of course, this safari is completely live and it's interactive. So please do talk to us. You can send in your comments and questions, theories, and even a joke. The weather sometimes is not so good or fun for us, so if you've got a joke, then tell it. And you use the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, or if you're watching on the website, as long as you've registered, you can submit your questions under the live safari page. I have a funny feeling my expert cameraman's got this big bird here. Is it a battalier? It's wobbling in the sky. My binos are not strong enough, I'm afraid. But what a magnificent start. There's nothing like seeing a bird soaring in the sky, that's for sure. I feel happy when I watch them soar. But anyway, let us bumble on. I'm going to go down Twin Dams, as per usual, and see what we can find down that way. Rock Candy Susie, you said you're waiting for a magic sighting. Was that correct? We shall try our best, Rock Candy Susie. We shall try our best. I had a magic sighting this morning with that flower mantis on my hand. It was incredible. So we shall try and find something wonderful for you, no matter how big or small. That we shall do. I only have a couple of days left and I really wanted to at least figure out where Tlalamba is, even if I don't get to see her. At least figure out which property she's on, but tried this morning and no luck. Okay, I think I've already gone to great lengths to explain the weather to you today, but let's see what the weatherman says.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. I am really loving the weather this afternoon. It's finally drying up. We don't have rain yet. and you can see the animals look very happy and relaxed about it. We've got a lot of impalas here, a big bachelor herd, and a warthog family in between, and it's so nice to see them not in a heavy wind, not panicking, and just relaxing here next to Treehouse Dam. Lovely, lovely view to start our afternoon. My name is Tessa. I'm going to be your guide on safari here. Behind the camera is Owen, and we have got some lovely plans for the afternoon, starting with Treehouse Dam. We are going to be going from here to the western boundary and looking for some tracks to see if we can find any predators for you. We are also hoping to see a few more flowers today after the rain, and a few more insects would be good. We did already notice yesterday there were a few more katydids and grasshoppers, and so we're hoping there might be a rise in insect populations coming. Very happy to be with a very relaxed family of warthogs in amongst these impalas. White Man, you sound very kitted out for today's safari. I'm very happy to have you on board. And yes, we will try and find insects, birds, animals, weather. I'm sure we'll find weather. And of course, flowers. So if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the same little family of warthogs that I had here the other day that were playing in the sand. You can see one of the piglets there on the left. And they're actually still quite young. There's two of them. And I think they've been taking advantage of the cool weather, running up and down a little bit. At the moment, everybody looks nice and relaxed, and we can hear some bird calls. And I think it's just a lovely way for us to start our afternoon. I think it must be quite a relief that there isn't a sheet of rain coming down. Oh, there's the other piglet. Hello, piglet. Can you imagine the impalas, the warthogs, the kudus, all of those herbivores were very nervous this morning. Rightly so. It's nice to see everybody out in the open and actually looking dry for a change. You can hear some wood hoopers in the background chatting away. Absolutely lovely scene to start the afternoon. Oh yay, the piglet's back out. I'm hoping we get to see some piglet antics. I wonder if they'll be mud walling today. It seems a bit cool for that. But it is nice for them for parasites. They are right next to the little mud wallow there, so I wouldn't be surprised. I think I'm actually going to spend quite a bit of time here just to see what else comes and goes. We had some elephant tracks and some elephant dung on the way here, so maybe we'll catch up with some elephants on the bank, but otherwise I'll be watching the warthog family.
We are just trying to get to one of the den spots for the hyenas, so we're going to keep moving for now. But it's not warm for summer. This is not warm. It's very, very windy as well. So we're just driving slowly. The faster we go, the colder it gets. Now, rain is very, very normal for summer. Big thunderstorms. That's why the landscape looks like this. But I have to see these temperatures. Oh, I'm not too familiar for January. In the UK, yes, absolutely. But in South Africa, in the Lowveld, not so much. But hopefully the rain that we have had over the past few days will really make a difference to the landscape. I mean, the vegetation is already so lush, but I think it'll make a difference to the abundance and diversity of animals that we're seeing. The road is also extremely damp. It'll be good to get that sun to come bursting out and dry it all up again. You don't want to damage the roads, and that's why we're not off-roading at the moment. We've got a strict policy just to stick to the road so we don't do any damage or we don't get stuck. We definitely don't want to get stuck. I have been there many a times. Okay, we're gonna keep bumbling ahead and see what else we can find.
We have still got a very happy little scene over here at Treehouse Dam. It actually seems to be quite sheltered where the impalas and the warthogs are. I think up on the dam wall, myself and Owen are in a little bit more of the wind. It's being channeled. But definitely where they are, it doesn't even look like there's much of a breeze through the grass at the moment. It's also one of the rare occasions where we don't have warthogs running away from us. They actually seem to be fairly relaxed and moving around feeding. Oh, those piglets are so small. Jerry, the piglets will be considered adults when they become sexually mature. For females, that's, well, I guess male and female, they'd both be considered adults by 1.5 to 2 years old. Females will be sexually mature from then, but males only at about 4 years old, 3 to 4 years, but normally leaning more towards 3 years. They'll be considered adults and sexually mature. So it actually differs male to female. That's normally to do with dominance issues. The females don't have to be as territorial where the males will be. But I would say from 2 years old or so, they would be adults. And then your sexual maturity age is slightly different male to female. I wonder with this little family, so there's 2 piglets here. I wonder if there were more piglets in the litter. The average is normally 2 or 3 piglets per sow. But I do know that most of the sows that I've seen with piglets have 3 or 4. So I'm wondering if there were others or if maybe it's still quite a young female because she is quite small in body. She doesn't look like an old female. She's hidden in the grass somewhere. She's quite small still, so this might be one of her first litters, maybe a second litter. There you can see them next to each other. Did an oxpecker just hop up on its back? That's so sweet. So this is actually one of the things that oxpeckers love. Warthogs in particular, their hair is different to impalas. So if you have a look at the impala, it's a solid coat of fur. You can't really see the skin unless there's a scar or something like that. But warthogs, you can see their skin through their hair. They've got fewer hairs, but thicker hairs. And so that means that the oxpeckers don't have to do as much work to find food on warthogs as they do on impalas. So if you find a group of animals together, you'll often find the oxpeckers hanging around with the warthogs, if they'll tolerate it. Oh my goodness, that one's climbing all the way up to Impala's leg. Another very, very interesting thing with warthogs is their hairs are so thick and they go so deep into the skin that the underside of the skin you can feel and see every single little hair follicle. Some of them are a good few millimeters thick. Mary, you're asking about warthogs' tusks. This is another thing that will differ male to female slightly because males will have much, much larger tusks. It's normally, if I'm not mistaken, it's from about maybe 8 to 9 months they should start having little tusks. Until that point, the warts are actually their defense system. And if you have a look, I don't know if you can still see the piglets. Yeah, one piglet's coming closer. Let's have a look at that one. I don't know if we'll be able to get close enough, but if you have a look on the piglet's face, they've got a very, very thick white patch of almost whiskers. It's a tuft of hair on the side of the face, and it's supposed to look like tusks until the tusks actually develop. And so that's actually their defense mechanism, using that to look like tusks and then running away. But let me work on an exact time frame for you because it will differ slightly. Also remember that I forgot what I was going to say. That's really funny. Also remember that their main defense mechanism, sorry, that's where I was going. Their main defense mechanism is running away, going into the burrow. There you can see the tusks even on that warthog are not that big, so genetically these warthogs actually might not develop big tusks, but at the same time they actually, they might play, yay, they actually might develop tusks a bit later because their tusks are going to be smaller, so it's a bit dependent on genes as well, but I'll work on a time frame for you. Alright, from one tusker to another, it sounds like Lauren has got some elephants, so let's head over to her and we'll hope on the side that our babies start playing.
How you doing? We're almost there and I'm very much hoping that it's active. The cubs are there. We see the cubs. We come here regularly. We see the cubs, but obviously we don't stay. So it's not as if they've moved or they're using any other den site. But let's see. Oh my goodness, just tugging with my heartstrings, guys. Too much sadness. My cameraman's laughing, but it's true. I love that feeling of arriving in a den and it's active. And you can just see spots everywhere and you don't know who's going to be. Okay, I'll get over it. Hole is just getting worse and worse. Where to now? I don't know where they all. The weather will be playing a big part, really. It will be. Okay. Let's head to Twin Dams and see if anything's happening down that side. It'd be nice to get the dogs on Chitra. That would be really, really nice, but they're right in front of the lodge. Apparently, they chased an impala into the dam. And they're sitting right in front of the rooms, so I think going there with the camera is not a good idea. Okay, we're gonna head to Twin Dam, see what's happening. Tessa.
So we are very closely watching our little warthog family. And it seems as though they're actually splitting up a little bit. I was hoping that they would start playing because they have been so playful in the cool weather the last few days. But it seems as though their primary focus at the moment is all feeding. And that makes a lot of sense. I think they know that we've got some more rain coming. So the most important thing is to get enough food in that when they do have to hide from the rain and from the predators, which will be possibly more active during the rain, then they've had enough nutrition. You can see they are so tiny compared to those male impalas. But everybody is looking in such good condition. Earth lover, no, warthogs won't be monogamous. They will be in a pair, and if they find a partner that they like, then you will see them together all the time. But it's a matriarchal society, so it's usually led by the females. The males will move around, and if a partner dies, they will replace it, but they're not strictly monogamous. If they do find a partner that they are happy with, then they will stay with them. So normally when you see a family like this, you'll see a mother, a father, and piglets. But that doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to stay together or that the female won't necessarily mate with other males. Oh, it is so beautiful here. White mane, you think they should be hoglets and not piglets. It does make sense considering it's a warthog. But the warthog is part of the pig family, so I think that's where it comes from. It's just a generic name for the babies. All of them in the pig family. I don't think that these two are actually particularly old. They are still quite small, so I would say they're just a few months, if that. It's actually very sweet to see how confident they're getting. They're not too worried about the impalas. They're not worried about the vehicle. They just carry on. And I mean, when they were playing next to us the other day, they were literally a few meters away. It just shows how confident they are already in comparison to a lot of the other warthogs that we see. Because warthogs are such a great food source especially for leopards and hyenas. They tend to be quite nervous because we've got such a high density of leopards in the Sabi Sands. If you go somewhere different where there's a lower leopard density, then you might actually find the warthogs are a little bit more social. They're a little bit less shy. But I've been very impressed by these two piglets so far. Oh goodness. A little bit of playfulness coming in there from the impala chasing it. Going a little bit closer so that there's a bit more comfort. They look as though they're starting to play a little bit, actually. Every now and then they've been pushing each other with their snouts, which is very common behavior. It's how they practice fighting, but also how they learn. And it's a lot of fun. They'll even do it with the adults, with older siblings. Oftentimes you'll see a family where there's a teenage one. And that one will be very, very playful with the piglets. Oh, there's the impala male with the white coloration on him. We've been seeing him a lot recently. Popular resident of Djuma. Okay, let's wait and see what happens. I have a feeling that these warthogs, now that they've eaten quite a bit, might start playing soon. So while we just soak it in, we'll just be waiting to see if they do start having a bit of a wrestling match. So while we're sitting here, the breeze is actually starting to pick up a bit. But what I'd like to do is just take a little bit of time to listen. It seems like the birds are calling a lot more. And I think it's a really, really lovely place to just appreciate the silence with the birds calling and a pretty view in front of us. I love that cuckoo call in the background. We've been seeing a lot of cuckoos recently. It is lovely to hear them calling. It's like a nice little cherry on top of all of the bird calls around us. What a lovely way to spend the afternoon watching the clouds building up at the dam.
Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Pridelands. We're out and about, and our first thing to find this afternoon was a martial eagle which was feasting on the remains of some critter that it managed to kill. We're not 100% sure what it was because it virtually finished up feeding and then flew off to go and perch on the branch in the distance. Let's see what he gets up to. It's also one of my favorite birds of prey, and what we do often find with them is that they will Sorry, I just want to see what it's up to. It's busy looking like it was sharpening the beak there on the side by scraping it onto a branch. A few things that we find particularly interesting about them is that you'll notice that they've got a pair of massive claws on them, and those claws is precisely what they use for killing and their prey items. Unlike that many people think that the bill is actually used for killing. It's purely there for the purposes of plucking and tearing pieces of meat apart. And with most birds of prey, they've got a tiny little notch in the beak that's also designed for severing the spinal cord. In this case of this large bird of prey, they basically pierce the inner organs to pieces, and by crushing the prey's spinal cord with that incredibly powerful feat. It's also one of the largest eagle species that we do find in southern Africa, and in terms of weight as well as in height and wingspan, it takes first place. However, one of my favorite eagles, which is known as a Vero's eagle, is actually a little bit taller than that our marshal is, and there he goes. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Darby for the afternoon. So our plan is to actually go and see what we can go and find. And we hope that we can potentially pick up some elephants as well as some giraffe for this afternoon. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
been sitting with these ellies for a while and it's just absolutely beautiful. They were all on Twin Dam's wall. I'm actually going to show you where they are now to give you context. I'm going to go forward. They are on that twin pan now. And I can I don't think I've ever seen elephants in this little pan like this. Oh, lovely. That's the weaver tree that we always talk about, always look at. Shall I go forward, or are you happy here? But there's water, so they're drinking and feeding. This is really lovely, everybody. I'm just going to let you listen. You can hear them drinking. Somebody's got their water walk on, and it's not me. It's okay, Mama. I've seen you before with your beautiful torn ear. I have. Beautiful. Yes, you know it, don't you? See, there's water on both sides. I think they're heading for the water on that side. Oh no, we're going to take the sassy approach, okay? Jerome, yes, the grass is so long. It's incredible. I don't think I've ever had elephants in this pan, everyone, in my 3.5 years here. Not in this particular pan. Of course, they're gonna go behind the car. Spas! I don't really know what you're trying to mean, what you're trying to say, sorry. But everything is connected ecologically. It's a system. Everything is interconnected. From the grass to the elephants, from the seeds to the birds, everything. And sorry, I'm just paying attention because I didn't know where they were going. They're crossing over to Little Gowrie. So yes, they will be connected on some level. As to the extent of a lot of these relationships, I think humans are unaware of a lot. Interconnectedness is only really becoming more topic of conversation, really, especially for conservation and for studying animals like this. But absolutely, Spas, they will 100% be connected. Everything is, even the soil, even the sand, the terrain, everything is connected, interconnected in this web of life. And I think it's way more complicated. I remember when you do sort of ecology or science, they teach you about the food chain, and impala eat grass and leopards eat impala. Great, but it's so much more connected than that. There's relationships within relationships within relationships. And I touched on this the other day, so I'm not trying to repeat myself, but there's a lot of studies right now going into seagrass. They only occupy 0.2% of the world's oceans, and yet they produce more. They produce basically every second breath that we take into our lungs on a daily basis comes from the sea, and a lot of that comes from seagrass beds. They're huge carbon stores, so they absorb carbon instead of it going into the atmosphere, which is contributing to climate change. So they absorb that, so they're acting as a buffer to that. And they can also produce more oxygen than terrestrial forests per hectare. They're incredible. Anyway, seagrass is being destroyed, it's been decimated. My goodness. And even in areas like the Maldives, they actually rip it out intentionally because it's ugly. It's not aesthetically pleasing for all of these people living in luxury. So the tourism ministry there actually said, yes, go ahead and take it out. Only now they're realizing, oh, actually it may not be aesthetically pleasing. It's a patch of grass, although it's not grass. It's actually a flowering plant. In the ocean, one of the best allies for saving seagrass, not against humans, but against destruction, are sharks. Apex sharks, big sharks. And that relationship runs quite deep. And you've got an apex predator, a cartilaginous fish, and seagrass meadows, which are made up of flowering plants closely related to orchids and lilies. Now that's incredible. You would not think that there would be a relationship there, never mind a super strong relationship where one is dependent on the other in certain parts of the world. But yet it's there. Sharks are also crucial for coral reefs, and coral reefs are crucial for sharks. So in a lot of oceanic areas, they're looking at, you can't just conserve sharks and protect sharks. You actually have to protect the whole system. You have to protect the whole reef in order to protect the sharks. You have to protect the sharks in order to protect the reef. And it's the exact same with seagrass beds. So Spas, I don't entirely know what you meant about beavers and elephants, but everything is connected. So yes, ecologically, it's an entire system at play. And humans being visual, we can only see what we see. We can see things, but actually, I think there's lots of dots that are not being connected on a chemical level, on all sorts of levels that we are not aware of. There will be way more dots to join in this complex ecosystem. So in answer to your question, Spas, yes, they will be connected. I don't know if we're going to get a view of them. Okay, I'm going to get on this game drive radio and try to get an update on the dogs for you all. I'm just on the southern boundary. I'm trying to update on the radio. There were dogs around this morning. It would be super wonderful if we were able to spend some time with the doggies this afternoon, especially since it's such a cold day. That would definitely warm my heart. Now I'm just going to pull up here and give you some views of the cold grey skies as I tune into the radio.
Daniel. Let him block
Doesn't just look cold, well it actually is, but we're going to keep bumbling and see what else we can find.
So our impalas and warthogs actually seem to be coming closer to us here at Treehouse Dam. They're approaching the dam wall very slowly. We've got some interesting behavior happening here from the male impalas. Watch the two that are next to the brush. They're both rubbing their horns and their faces into the bushes. Now, this is very, very typical of male animals, but particularly male impalas. They try and rub their horns against the tree. It's a bit of an intimidation tactic for the other males, but also rubbing their scent off on the tree is a form of territoriality. And now you can see the impala approaching from the back keeps lowering its head towards the one in front that was rubbing its head on the bush. And this is them trying to intimidate each other and chase each other around a bit as we're approaching the rutting season. There you can see the impala just behind that's lowering its head is actually now wiping its glands on its face against little branches and little grass pieces on the floor. And this is again territoriality and showing a bit of dominance. Very common in male impalas this time of the year, but it's the first time I've seen more than one doing it at a time at the moment. So it just shows we are definitely getting towards the rutting season. And these males will already have a pre-existing hierarchy. So they're all going to be challenging each other, trying to change the ladder of who's the most dominant in this bachelor herd. Here you can see the one on the right is also rubbing his head into a bush. So you probably find, because this bachelor herd is often around Treehouse Dam, that they're scent marking a lot of the same trees over and over again. I think the warthogs, yeah, they are in amongst at the back. So they're just using the impalas as protection at this stage. Extra eyes and ears. Bit of company. But I'm hoping as we get closer to the sandy patch that they'll start playing. Spas, yes, actually warthog tusks and bush pig tusks are very similar. They're built on the same structure. It's actually top and bottom tusks. That's the canines in the top and bottom jaw that are basically modified to come out at an angle and then curve back upwards, and they are incredibly sharp. So they're actually constantly sharpening, especially the bottom one. As they're chewing, because the bottom is rubbing against the top, it keeps it sharp, which is a very dangerous weapon. But they are very similar in structure. So there's not much of a difference between warthog tusks and bush pig tusks. We don't get many bush pigs here, so we mostly see warthogs. They are more common. And so it's definitely something that that I'd love to see. I'd love to see warthogs and bush pigs side by side to be able to compare. We might have to reposition the vehicle a bit here with our rain roof. Goodness, why is everybody so nervous all of a sudden? Ah, the males are chasing each other, and now the warthogs are not sure what's happening. Trying to stay safe. So you might find this family of warthogs, because there's 5 of them, the one on the back right, the really, really big one, that is most likely the male. Yes, I can see the top warts, that's the male. So you can see those very long obtrusions or big patches coming out the warts on the side of the eye. Definitely the male. The other 2 that looked slightly younger might be teenagers from a previous litter. And then there's 2 tiny babies and a mom. So I think there's actually 6 warthogs in total. And so what often happens is the youngsters, as they're getting older, might come back towards the sounder, the group of warthogs. And they do actually stick around with their mom, especially the females. Even once they've gone off to have their own piglets, they'll come back in between breeding seasons and come back to their mom's sounder every now and then and catch up. But yes, the basic structure of the tusks is the same. They are very sharp. They can be very dangerous. And even pigs have very sharp teeth. Their canines are also longer. Domestic pigs also have longer canines that are very sharp. You don't want to get bitten by a pig or attacked by a warthog with those tusks. I would say that's the mom because of the teeth hanging down. She's got very long nipples, you can see there. And at the age of the little ones at the moment, they are actually still suckling. You can really see those thick hairs very nicely on the back now. So if I could make another comparison, actually, if you have a look at a warthog's hairs, as thick as they are, they're actually very similar to elephant hairs. The hairs that you'll find on the tip of an elephant's tail in particular is very, very similar to the hairs you'll find on a warthog's body. Very, very thick hairs, and underneath the skin you can actually see every hair and touch it and feel it. It's very, very hard. Everyone's gone back to very relaxed now. Okay, I'm hoping that these little ones are going to start playing now that they're down on the side here, but we will see how it goes. For now, it's just quite a cute scene watching them feeding. In the meantime, I'm going to send you over to JP at Pridelands.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We just discovered a small little forest of mushrooms that are growing out of a large pile of elephant dung. And at the moment we've got perfect conditions for mushrooms and funguses to grow. We've got a lot of heat as well as humidity, which is perfect for them. So if you ever wondered what separates them from other plants, is the fact that they actually don't have a root system, and neither can they photosynthesize because they lack chlorophyll. And we also see that they actually will reproduce by means of spores. There's a few interesting ways that they actually have evolved to get nutrients, and that was sometimes how we find is that they will actually absorb it with a mycelium, which is like tiny hair-like threads that they send into a substrate. And then we also find that in some cases they actually will be parasitic, and in other cases they will actually feed off dead plant material, as what we see right over here. And they also obviously is responsible for assisting with the recycling of that dead plant material. But what also fascinates me is that there's a number of funguses that's actually learned to actually exploit, and then in turn we find that those organisms learn to actually exploit them in return and build mutualistic relationships where both of them now will benefit. And two of those I'm going to quickly mention. One is actually funguses that grow inside the termite mounds, and we find that the Microtermis termites that we do find in this area will actually grow them as a garden inside there to break down their food, and so they benefit from the termites, and the termites benefit from them by breaking the food down for them in a digestible form. We also quite often in the rocky areas find a number of lichens. And a lichen is basically a combination of algae and a fungus. And we find that the algae, in this case, can photosynthesize, while the fungus will be responsible for providing all the nutrients and minerals in that relationship. There's also a number of other interesting things that we do find over here in this dung heap, and there's a number of ants that are moving around as well. And it seems that they're actually carrying termites away, and termites are also responsible for breaking down dead plant material. And we find that in the case of termites, they actually have to employ a number of strategies other than just using funguses, and some of those is actually by re-eating their own dung, and then also by actually having a tiny little organism in the gut that is known as a protozoa, which is responsible for breaking down the food for them into a usable or digestible form that provides them with a sufficient amount of energy. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. But let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
My worst nightmare just came true, everyone. I just drove into a web. I screamed like a girl. And now I feel terrible. I feel really bad when you break a spider web. And now we have the issue of, as beautiful as she is, and I think she really is beautiful, she is now in my car. I was going to use my sugar snap pea packet. I eat raw sugar snap peas, they really are delicious, and scoop her up, but I'm also terrified. Maybe we should take a selfie together. So I think I'm going to have to get my cameraman involved in this game. That's
Closer.
just closer.
Closer.
I am so sorry. They will just build them again, don't worry, but you feel terrible. They can construct a web very fast. So it's a bit of a situation, people. I've not quite been in this situation before, but luckily I do have a big strong man on the back who will assist. And I do have a empty packet of sugar snap peas because I've ate them already. But really, this obviously, I just showed you the main part of the web between this cluster leaf and the buffalo thorn. It's still hanging. It's still very strong. Web looks really flimsy to us. It blows in the wind, but actually it's sticky. It's silk. Alanine is one of the main amino acids, and glycine. It's very, very strong. And of course, golden orb web spiders, they have one of the strongest. I got such a fright. But anyway, darling, what are we going to do with you? I don't actually know. I don't have a plan right now. What is our plan? She is still attached. I can see a piece of web hanging. We just need to make sure she gets back on her web. Mia, I don't know if I'm also brave enough to do this. There's my hand. I'm not getting any closer. It is huge. She is huge. And it's definitely the female. There's no confusion over the sexes here. 100% the females. The males are smaller than my pinky nail. The males are about the 10th, if not more, the size of the female. So I know this is a female. And we just need to make sure we get her back on her web. I get asked this a lot about, have spiders ever fallen in your car? Well, yes, now I have a story to tell. A big, big, big spider. My family would never believe me if I showed them this. But you do feel terrible. Even the smallest of webs, even when I'm walking up to the kitchen in the morning and I walk into a web, I don't... The spider spent all that time constructing it. All its effort, all its energy. And you just break it. You don't feel good about it. Wowza. It is a phenomenally large animal. And she's seeking protection as well because she probably got a fright. Oh dear. At least I got over my arachnophobia, that's for sure. But she is absolutely stunning, and you won't be able to see it from here because she's now clinging on upside down, which is what she's good at. Who's telling me to use my hat? Oh. Hat or hand? That's a good question. Picky, you're telling me to use my hat. Oh, Picky. Oh. I'll donate my hat. I don't want to hurt her either, you know. Although that exoskeleton is quite substantial. It's just amazing. These creatures just amaze me, and their survival, their specialized adaptations are phenomenal. I just didn't really want her in the car. And she's a golden. She's one of the ones that I've been waiting to see. And she's totally adapted for life upside down. So this is not, you know, this is completely normal for her. They're not that agile at walking. They really, look at the legs in comparison to the body. They're huge. And the body's also pretty huge, but you know what I mean. And therefore, golden orb-web spiders and orb-web spiders in general are not comfortable at walking. They like to be in their web upside down. So that's why we need to make sure we get her there. And that's why she's hanging like that, deciding what to do. Worried that we might be predators, which of course we're not. What's the plan, Batman?
Get a long stick.
Apparently we're now going to look for an extremely long stick. So wish us luck, everyone, as we try to get this girl out of our car.
My goodness, Lauren makes me laugh. So I'm actually just about to arrive at one of my favorite little pan systems. It's completely dry usually in the winter months. Hello boys. But now in the wet season, this little pan system has been so productive. So we just wanted to come and have a look, see if there's anything around. There's been a lot of bird and insect life around here recently. It's quite overgrown though. Not much of a view. Let's get the crack from the side. Okay, so this is actually the little pan system that is off of Shibamo track coming down from Treehouse Dam, and it is particularly popular for weavers, for kingfishers, a lot of different frog species including foam nesting frogs, and we hear a lot of lovely bird calls from here. Also popular with that same warthog family and quite a few elephants during the day. But we did want to come and check in on the progress of our nest, and it looks like it's come along beautifully. This is one of my favorite spots to sit and just have a listen in case anything is around us. So let's do that for just a little bit in case we do hear something special. A lovely way to listen for calls. can say I am very, very impressed on the progress that we have made at this little pan system. So when we left Treehouse Dam, we were actually just going to go straight to the boundary. But as we were driving past here, we thought maybe a good idea to come and have a look at this little pan system. This nest, when we were here the day before yesterday, was fairly open. You could actually see gaps through the grass, and it hadn't quite achieved the basket look yet. It was still the basic framework. But you can see it is coming along beautifully into that basket shape, and the grass is starting to dry out on the top. Some of the first pieces that were laid by this male weaver are finally starting to dry out, and soon I'm sure this nest is going to be brown like the others. But it is actually quite unreal how fast these male weavers work. They can spend hours and hours a day just working on one nest. When I say hours, I mean it can be up to 10, 12 hours on a nest in a day. The average is probably about 8 hours in a day that they spend building one nest. The rest of the time feeding in between, attracting females to the existing nests, and then also just having a few breaks. Oh, hello, woodland kingfisher. Oh, look how it's balancing on the branch. This kingfisher is definitely looking for some food around the dam, or the little pan system. Angie, they've certainly got one of the most eye-catching colorations of all of the birds out here. Even just a glimpse of it through the brush like that. Those colors are so bright. Red on the face with the beak, and that luminous blue on the sides. It's almost like a neon blue. You can hear it as it hits the water and then comes back to its perch. So this is actually quite unusual. We mostly tend to see woodland kingfishers eating a lot of insects, but terrestrial ones, not aquatic ones. So things like katydids or grasshoppers. But every time we come to this pan, there seems to be one woodland kingfisher that actually dips into the water. And it does a combination of swimming, which it's doing now. You can see it's drying itself off a little bit after having a dip. But it's actually also hunting. So this one's probably going for things like tadpoles. Oh, there's the weaver behind it. They're so close together. I think it got a bit intimidated by the weaver being so close to it. It's flown off. I wonder if this weaver is going to be constructing the nest while we're here. Gia, it is impeccable taste and impeccable structure. There is so much detail that goes into this nest, and you can imagine why. It has to be perfect to attract the females, and if it's not, she will say no. She will move on, and he'll be forced to build another one. You can see how much they're moving just in a light breeze. So even the mechanics that goes into designing a nest like this is very impressive. It has to be strong enough to withstand the movement of the branch, close enough to the edge of the branch that predators can't necessarily get to it, but also well enough cupped at the bottom of the basket to make sure that the eggs don't roll out of the nest, and that the chicks, when they're very young, when they do start moving, because remember, they won't fledge for a while, so they're not going to come out of that nest for a while, to make sure that those chicks also don't roll out of the nest. And that's why the females are so fussy. Only the best nests will do, and that's because they want the best genes for their chicks to survive. It's the small details for them. You can actually hear the solid hum of a frog in the background. But I think it's coming from the other pan system on the northern side, so further left than this pan system, which we can't really see because it's behind all the thickets, so we'll maybe go around there just now. I wonder if there are any fish species in this little pan. We do get quite a few different types of fish out here, but normally you'd find them more in the permanent dams, because those ones would obviously mean that there's a decent water supply year-round, and so the fish aren't going to get stuck in the mud as the dams dry out. But that being said, if you get a little fish fry, a young fish, from one of the dams that gets caught on something like a heron's leg, and the heron flies over to a little pan system, the fish will actually survive. So you might actually find a few little fish in here. I can see the surface moving, but it's probably more tadpoles and insects than anything. But I would be interested to know. I'd love to do surveys on the little pan systems to see what exactly is in them. You'll find things like dragonfly nymphs, which are young dragonflies. You'll find tadpoles, water beetles. I'm hoping some fish, maybe even terrapins. It would be very interesting to see how it relates to the size of the pan. The scientist in me thinking all of these theories through. Oh, this is such a pleasant afternoon. I'm loving being able to sit here and just watch the birds as they come and go. I'm going to quickly go and check the other little pan system just to see what is around there, and then I'll come back this way and check on our weaver again. But let's go to Lauren in the meantime.
We survived, everyone. We are alive and well. Involved a very long stick. It involved my cameraman. Sitting in the back. My mute.
I am just arriving at the other little pan system, but it seems like it is a very dense view from this side. I'm going to turn here and try from the other side. Yes, a very dense view. I can't even see the water from here. That's how overgrown it's become. And this was actually one of the best spots to view this little pan system from. There actually used to be a giraffe that used to hang around here quite a lot at this particular pan, not at the one with the wheelers. Let's try from the other side, see if there's anything around. So it is one of the trickier things about being out here in the summer, is that this is our wet season. So animals don't necessarily have to actually go to dams or water holes to get water. Things like elephants would, because they are quite fussy. They want cleaner water than just a mud wallow. But smaller things will very, very happily drink from these small little wallows or pans. There's a gap. That should do. Oh, I can see a foam nest, frog's nest. So this does make it a little bit more challenging for us in terms of finding some animals, but it's always a good place to come and check. Oh, Therese, you're going to ask me to do maths here. So a female elephant becomes sexually mature at about 8 years of age. The lifespan of an elephant is to about 60 years old. So you've got 52 years to play with, and normally the intercalving period for an elephant, depending on the specific elephant, will be somewhere around 3 to 4 years. So anywhere in the region, depending on the elephant, of maybe 12 to 15 calves in a lifetime. Because their gestation is so long, they're pregnant for almost 2 years at a time. And then they've got to have a break because the calves will still suckle for a very, very long time. They'll still be nursing. Calves up to 2 years old will still try their luck with mothers that have milk. So they do have to have a bit of a gap in between. It's actually a very, very interesting thing to see, because especially when a female has a new calf, she'll be producing a lot of milk, and sometimes the older calves that are in the region of 2, 3, 4 years old will actually come and try their luck. So elephant moms have quite a busy time, I would think, and especially with such a long gestation, you can imagine the hormones in their bodies have to return to normal to get them back into a normal estrous cycle in between every calf. I think elephant moms are very lucky that they don't get things like morning sickness, because that would be a very long time to struggle with it. Many complications of pregnancy. It's actually not uncommon if elephants do have complications with pregnancies, or if there's not good enough conditions and they start to struggle and it's still early on, they can actually reabsorb the fetus. So it's quite an unusual concept. Impalas can do the same thing.
We're just scratching around the eastern part of the reserve. I am going to pull up here in just a moment and just appreciate the surroundings. Elephants have been here. Appreciate the surroundings and listen. It's very quiet on Juma right now, but listening can really, really help. You never know what you're going to hear. But the best way to do that is to turn the engine off. So I think this is a nice place to stop. And we're just going to see if we can hear anything going on around us as we look at those blue, grey skies above us. We've spotted a European. Hello. A gorgeous thing. Now, I don't know if you heard me earlier or not. My director didn't clarify, but we managed to get the spider out. It was a bit dramatic. I took a video. It will go on the gram. But we got her out and we literally put her back up onto her web. She will need to do some maintenance and restructuring, but she is all good. Wait till I send my family that video, they're going to be horrified. There's a first for everything, I guess. There are a lot of rollers around right now. Even lilac breasted. I'm just noticing a real abundance in numbers of both species, actually, the European and the lilac breasted. We always do have lilac breasted around, absolutely, but it just is a lot right now. I wonder if it's something to do with the low numbers of insects around. We're getting there. The rains have definitely helped. The recent rains. We can even see it in camp. The katydids are really out now. They took a while to appear. Sweet. I think if I had to choose, I can't actually believe I'm going to say this, but I think I would prefer the color palette of the European in comparison to the lilac breasted. There's just a few of my favorite colors on this one. Very similar in size. In flight, you could easily be forgiven for getting it wrong. It isn't until you see the coloration that you know that this is a European. We had one yesterday that I thought was a European, but looking back on photos, I'm also not sure. I don't know if it was a juvenile. I think it must have been a juvenile, because it really didn't look like any of the adult forms of the rollers that we get here. They love beetles, the Europeans. That's their favorite snack, beetles. They will eat all insects, but they really love a good beetle. Okay, it doesn't look like my European's going to get up too much, but I believe Tessa's weavers are getting active.
Just checking focus.
Okay, so we've actually turned around to have a look at the other pan in the hopes that the male weaver is coming back, and we have actually seen him. He's flying off to find bits of grass, and then he's coming back and actively building on that new nest. But this is just a slightly better view. It's further away, but it's a much better view of the pan system and the greenery around it. You can see the clear distinction of how far the water reaches in the soil with a very green grass, and then it fades to the brown just on the edges. So you could understand why animals would absolutely love a little pan system like this. And this applies to all the pan systems. It's why they're so popular and why we struggle to find animals sometimes in the wet season. But I'm just waiting for that flash of yellow for him to come back and carry on weaving that basket. Jack, they will normally use any trees that are overhanging a waterhole, but it is quite species dependent. Village weavers like to use buffalo thorns like this one. If you're looking at southern masked weavers, they might prefer reeds on the sides, and they'll weave a nest in between the reeds. So it really depends species to species. This particular one, they tend to really enjoy buffalo thorns. And that's because with the thorns on the branches, it makes it more difficult for predators to get to the nests. Also, the branches are very thin and flimsy toward the ends, and usually they are fairly close to water sources, so it's a good combination of all three. Oh, come on, flash of yellow. He's been coming back, and then as he's weaving, he hangs off the bottom of the nest, so he looks like he's working mostly around the entrance of the nest, maybe reinforcing the cup at the bottom. So one of the favorite grasses that they use to make these nests, it's actually mostly guinea grass, which is a nice firm but fairly flat grass head that they would use to weave these baskets. But we're going to sit and hope that he decides to carry on building for a few more minutes. And in the meantime, it sounds like JP has found an array of antelope. Let's have a look.
Welcome back to Eco Training Brightlands. We made our way to a little area called Zebra Clearing, and it's literally living up to its reputation today, as we've got a large herd, or several large herds of zebra that's actually congregated over here. Some of the other animals that you'll find in the backdrop is also wildebeest as well as impala. And a few moments ago, the majority of all the rams that was here was bellowing and belching at one another and chasing one another around, which is typical of this year when they start obtaining dominance as well as setting up territories. I hope they're going to do it very soon again. We're just going to sit for a short while, do a silent segment, and just enjoy the sighting, see what all the different animals get up to. Good afternoon, Colin, and welcome to the show. And with your question, do they graze with other antelope species? Yes, they do. And they actually have the ability to open up the area by removing coarser grasses that they can feed on, and allowing both the wildebeest as well as the zebra with their smaller muzzles to pick off the remainder of the softer grasses, a process that's known as facilitation. But at the same time, they're also benefiting from one another by keeping an eye open for predators. And also, if there's a large amount of different animal species or a large group of animals, it's less chance that you are going to be picked off by that predator. So also, if you're curious why zebras can feed on much coarser grasses, once they've also got a large margin muzzle, but they also have got another trick up their sleeve, and that is cutting teeth on both the upper and lower jaw, compared to the other species which only has cutting teeth on their lower jaw. Well, we're going to spend a little bit more time over here and see what is happening. And meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
We're still just bumbling. Unfortunately, not been very lucky so far. Don't know where all the animals are apart from the ones that fall into my car. Weather always affects our sort of sightings, ability to follow tracks. Oh, I was going to show you that nest. We do have a nest nearby. I forgot I was going to check on that. I've just remembered, so I'm going to do a U-turn. There's a black-headed oriole nest with 2 chicks that I want to check on. Ah, my first flame lily of the season, one of my favorite flowers. Okay, this might take some doing. We'll give you a view of the marula. But I'm really gonna have to concentrate here to actually see if I can locate this nest again in the low light. I've got it. So you see on the left-hand part of the tree, if you almost go to the very top, there's a big clump. It's a cup nest. Do you see it? It's going to take a bit of doing from my cameraman and I because I don't have a monitor, but I'm going to obviously try and verbally guide him, and hopefully we might get a little view of the chicks.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridens. We're still on zebra plains watching zebras, impalas and wildebeest. At the moment, they're busy all grazing, and we also had some of the impala rams chasing one another around. We're just going to quickly do a quick link to Tessa. She's got a little bit of a surprise for us. Let's go and see what she has.
So we've actually just noticed, as we were driving, this cuckoo took off and then landed again, very, very luckily, landed just in front of us. And it's not often that we get a sitting shot of a cuckoo, everybody. This is quite rare. We've been hearing them everywhere, but we've not been lucky enough to actually see them very easily. And it's one of the more common species that we get here. So I don't know if anybody wants to have a guess as to exactly which species of cuckoo this is. There's 2 very, very similar ones. You say African cuckoo, Owen. Okay. So we've been hearing these call. I don't know if anybody wants to weigh in on that. But we've been hearing them calling around us for a while, but haven't actually managed to spot one. Notable features to look for: a little bit of barring under the tail, a barred chest. Oh, where's it going? Oh, it's just landed a bit further back. There it is. And then the orange on the legs, orange around the eye. Oh, it's just come down into the grass. I wonder if it's gonna... Yes, it's back up. You see, it's got a kill. It's there. No, further right, on the very, very little branch. There, that one. It got a kill in the grass. Looks like a caterpillar.
It's not the red-chested.
No, it's definitely not a red-chested cuckoo. Jess, thank you so much. I'm so excited that we're sitting with a cuckoo and we saw it with a kill. I'm going to wait for some answers on what species everybody thinks this is. It's either between, to give you a hint, between a common cuckoo and an African cuckoo. Things to look for: the markings on the chest, on the bill, and on the tail. They are very, very similar looking species, in everybody's defense. Hello, gorgeous. Look this way so everyone can see your bill. I think that actually might be one of the first times I've seen a cuckoo with a kill, ever, in my life. Oh, this is so special. I don't know if it'll help anybody, but I can play the call.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. It is an African cuckoo. Good guess, Peaky. Very subtle differences between an African cuckoo and a common cuckoo. Slightly different yellow and black on the bill is the biggest indicator. Oh, this is stunning. I almost don't want to move in case it flies off. So, believe it or not, we actually don't always see African cuckoos here. So this is quite exciting for us because they're an intra-African migrant. So normally this is where we do see them. We see most of them maybe October, November, December. From now until about May, maybe April, March, April, they'll start thinning out. And then we normally don't see them at all June, July, our winter season. But it is stunning. It's almost as though the breeze has completely died where we are. So I think this cuckoo is just making the most of the conditions at the moment. You can see it's looking very, very carefully from every branch it's perched on, looking for any movement in the grass. I'm very impressed that it spotted that caterpillar. I don't think we would have. So when these birds leave, they'll actually go up as far as Sudan, Kenya, Ethiopia. And the furthest they'll go is actually almost all the way to the south of South Africa. So all the way down to my neck of the woods, East London, Grahamstown, the Eastern Cape, occasionally Port Alfred, which is where I live currently when I'm not here. Oh my goodness. Where did it go? Oh, did it get another kill? Oh. Sid, it's actually quite a distinct call. I can't see the cuckoo anymore. It has flown off, so I'll actually play the call for you from my birding app, because that's the best way to describe it, to be perfectly honest. So I'll play it for you. Have a listen. Sounds very similar to an owl species, but a little bit more hollow and echoed. So that's what it sounds like. Quite different to the other cuckoos, which can sometimes sound a bit like almost like a whistle, I guess, at times. But that was amazing. That absolutely almost made my day. Not quite as excited about that as I was about the wild dogs, but very close. Very, very close. It's disappeared into the thickets. I don't think we're going to get another view. I'm very, very happy that we got it with a kill. It was just crazy, that long caterpillar in its beak. So when they actually fly, if you're not concentrating, they look very similar to sparrowhawks as well. So you've got to kind of wait for it to land and get a nice clear view, and then you can see, okay, it's a cuckoo. But you can also see from the way that they fly. Cuckoos tend to fly quite low to the ground and at a bit of an angle. Absolutely brilliant. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Alright, it sounds like JP's impalas are busy play fighting, and I think we should go have a look at that.
Welcome back to Pridelands. I hope you guys enjoyed the cuckoo sighting. I just love cuckoos, and I really enjoy the whole study on the evolutionary arms race between them and the host. Meanwhile, we've got a different race and competition going on over here. Two impala rams that are fighting for a territory. Let's see what they get up to. At the moment, the fighting is not too intense, but as the season will progress and they go deeper into the rutting season, the more aggressive these fights will become. I've even found in the past where they've actually killed one another by actually gorging one another in the flanks. And you see a perfectly fit, healthy-looking impala that is actually have a puncture mark on its side. However, when they're generally fighting, the blows are aimed at the neck, and the skin area around the neck is much thicker to protect them against the stabs as well as blows from the horns. One of the things that I do find particularly interesting is the sounds that they can produce, and quite often that roaring sound that they produce to intimidate a rival male almost sounds like that of a lion. And many a young and inexperienced guide, including myself many years ago, did that same mistake. Good afternoon, Valentino, and welcome to the show. Yes, it's definitely interesting watching them fighting it out. And it's for me interesting that when they eventually do set up territories, that these males will seldom keep those territories for longer than 2 weeks. And yeah, by the end of the rutting season, that becomes even shorter. And then normally they will be able to keep a territory for a minimum of 7 to 8 days. And in that period of time, they don't go and feed, they also don't drink, because if you do leave your territory, somebody else will and come and take over your territory and girlfriends. Also, a young little zebra in the group. We watched him a few moments ago, busy suckling on the mother. Hopefully we get lucky and watch him doing so again. We'll often see him, but he doesn't stand for very long and tends to go and lie down. I think it might be actually to do with the wind chill factor that we're experiencing today. But if you wonder why all these animals are in the open area, if it is windy, and that's also for safety precautions, because if you can't smell and you can't hear things effectively, you rather utilize your sense of sight and rather spot a predator from a distance, but at the same time expose yourself to a wind chill factor. It was also interesting to watch that there was a yellow-billed oxpecker a little bit earlier on that was visiting this small little zebra and busy taking ticks out of his ear. We're going to spend a little bit more time over here, and then we'll see you all in a short while again. Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We're currently on zebra plains, and we're looking at a number of zebra as well as impala rams and females that have also now moved into the area, all busy grazing. Every now and then, we'll also see that the males started fighting with one another, and you might hear some interesting sounds that they produce, which almost sounds like roaring, like belching, that they will create. And one of the reasons why they can produce these sounds is because of their modified larynx. So we're just going to sit and watch them and listen to the different sounds of nature. You also might hear some crickets very close by to us.
We are really not having... Off we go. We are not having much luck on this side, I'm afraid. I'm a little bit worried that Kalamba has gone to the same sort of drain site that Tandy was using at First Rock area on Torchwood. I'm just guessing. I don't traverse Torchwood, and she could be using that drain site. It is a very good drain site. So I'm just wondering if she may stay in Torchwood a little bit longer than we hope. But every day I'm just going to keep checking. Patience pays off out here. I don't know if anything can ever top that sighting I previously had, but one can try. I'm sure she'll come back into Juma at some point. But that drain site at First Rock really, really is lovely. First Rock is lovely. That's where Mareeb's got his name. He's a man of the rock. Many of you are saying luck is on my side and I will find her. I don't think it's going to be today, but it needs to be in the next 2 days, 3 days. I really would love to see her. And the cubs, of course. I think it's a boy and a girl, but it would be nice to get confirmation. That's just my sort of feeling on it. It would be really nice to know if it definitely the other one is a girl. I think it might be, you know. The bigger one, which definitely is a boy, we've got confirmation on that, is so much more confident. Really, he comes marching up to the car. The smaller one that I'm convinced is a girl is very, very shy, very timid. Okay, we're going to look back and check the hyena den once more, then I'm going to have to switch it up and make a new plan.
Okay, I am now on Owen's favorite road. It used to be known as Mendoza Road, and now it's Monkey Orange. And we figured we might get lucky here today. Maybe we'll find Shidulu on a Shidulu. You never know. And so far we've been very impressed by the odd little bursts of color. We're seeing some flowers. They're not quite open because of the weather, but just a little burst of orange here or there with the closed lion's eyes. That's always been a very good road for flowers. So I'm looking for some nice open ones that I can show you. This is actually the kind of road where you feel like you're actually driving too fast always. It's such a lovely road. You can be driving in first gear, barely moving, you still feel like you want to go slower, so you don't miss anything. We're actually in the Monkey Orange section at the moment. That is actually quite a difficult question to answer, Zuni. It's most likely going to be the trees. So the trees are the oldest. If you're looking at this exact environment, I don't know if you want to know which species has been here the longest or been on Earth for the longest. It will be very, very difficult to tell, but normally the trees are the ones that have been around the longest, and usually some of the first species that we can record or date back. So things like torchwood trees, marula trees, leadwoods as well, because they start off very small and they're very slow growing. Even things like apple leaves, and that's why a lot of those tree species are actually protected. We don't drive over those tree species ever because they are protected and they're slow growing, but they have normally been around for the longest. If you see a very big tree, it might be up to 300, 400, 500 years old. I remember my favorite tree on the whole of Ngala in the time that I was there was an anna tree, A-N-A, anna tree. It was a massive tree along the banks of the Timbavati River, and they aged that tree, it was a female tree, they aged it to somewhere between 400 and 600 years old. So big trees like that are normally the oldest species. You'll probably find they've also been around more than some of the flowers, for example, because flower species can hybridize. So that means that between two subspecies of a flower, they can pretty much breed and form a new species or a new subspecies. So flowers tend to change a lot quicker in the bigger scale of things than something like a tree would. So any of the big tree species you'd find here, even jackalberries, nyala trees, they would be the oldest. Through the thickest section now. Now we're up to the silver cluster leaves. Hannah, aloe plants have so many different uses in humans and very, very beneficial to our health. So you can actually take supplements from it, so it can be good for your immune system. You can also have things like gels that are made from it. So the inside of the leaf is it's a succulent, so it's very light, fleshy tissue. It squeezes a gel out, and that gel you can use for burns, for scarring, anything like that. I'll go do it, Owen. Don't worry. So I'm just going to hop out the vehicle just to move this branch out of the road while I'm chatting. So aloe plants really, really are very, very valuable in terms of all of the different uses you could get out of them, whether it's topically on your skin or whether it's tripping off the road or whether it's taking it in terms of something like a supplement. So you can have aloe waters, which are good for your immune system. They really, really are. There's multiple uses. I'm sure there's probably hundreds of uses if you look at them in depth. But those would be the main ones. Anything topical, even skincare products, but also just for things like burns would be probably the most common, even insect bites. It helps take the sting away. The elephants have been busy, everybody. Busy, busy, busy. I feel very weird wearing a jacket in January. Even 3/4 pants in January is quite unusual. Goodness gracious. This weather has been something else. Benny, you're most welcome. It's quite interesting how you dig through the back of your brain for some of the facts. And it always amazes me how many random facts I remember. I'm going to be jumping out of the vehicle again. Oh, Owen's getting this one. Lucky me. Lucky me. It's nice to have a man around to do these things every now and then. This is a bigger one, so I do feel better with Owen doing it. This is actually from the marula tree. So it's quite a thick stem as opposed to the silver cluster leaf that I pulled off the road. Thank you, Owen. Yes, I think the elephants like Mendoza Road as much as Owen does. They're always around. We can always see feeding scars from them, and we can see the branches, digging spots, all the good things. And actually every time we drive this road, I feel like it's always a comment that I make. The elephants love seep lines because there's more moisture in just under the surface layer of the soil, just underneath. And so there's a lot of bush willows that grow, which is the main tree, a lot of marulas, and a lot of silver cluster leaves. And elephants love eating bush willows and marulas in particular. So it would make sense that there are a lot more elephants that might pass through the seep line here on Mendoza Road. Monkey orange. Okay, so my plan from here is to check Impala Plains, a nice big open area, see what might be up ahead. Okay, it sounds like Lauren has got some ducks, if I heard that correctly, Owen. I think it was ducks, so let's head over there and have a look.
Every one of these pans, these tiny little pans that we're driving past. Gory pan, Chella pan. No, ducks, come back. You've been so perfect earlier. The Inyala Road pans. They've all got the white-faced whistling ducks. I love these ducks. Phantom of the Opera. I grew up to Phantom of the Opera. My mum was a huge fan. And it always reminds me of that. I don't really see them so much in winter, of course. And summer's here, water's here. Vegetation is just lush and delicious everywhere. And of course they are aquatic birds, they're ducks. So you're really only going to find them around these little pans. They can also be very vocal, don't get me wrong. Not quite Hadida style, but they can be vocal. Edward, you're saying the size of their... The sides of their face.
Any updates?
Remind you of butterfly wings, absolutely. They're stunning. It's the black and white. I really love black and white. I mean, they're not technically colors, are they? Not really. They're shades. However, I'm such a sucker for black and white. I think the one on the left is a younger one. They get whiter, if that makes sense. That coloration on the face gets whiter as they get older. And they have the cutest little ducklings that look really similar to the Egyptian geese goslings. Oh, oh! And just like that, off they go, little ducks. So we are going to pop into the Hyena Dane now. We're not too far out. I did in Yala Road North and Yala Road South, hoping to pick up on tracks. No such luck, I'm afraid. So if there's really nothing on the Hyena Dane, I'm going to take a big gamble and just go west. Wendy doesn't do too well in the west signal-wise, which is why I tend to not avoid it, but I don't spend most of my time in the west. For some reason, Wendy does not enjoy the west. However, we'll shake it up if I really don't get lucky for the last time. I mean, I've already had a spider fall into my car. That should be some form of luck somewhere. I just love in Yala Road South. Yala Road North is prettier, but I love how it just takes you into the Mowati and all of a sudden you're just in the Dry River Bay. So we're going to keep heading towards the Hyena Dane. We are just bumbling towards the Hyena Dane. My goodness, this road is very bumpy. We are just going to get into the Dry River Bed and then we'll stop. It's always a good place to stop. Even the smell is different down here. It smells wonderful. It smells damp, but it is really beautiful. So I think I'm just going to stop here for a moment or two, give you all a view of this dry riverbed and all the vegetation around it, and just see if we can hear anything.
Now, your say was that there's Tabangumi's actually killed a baboon in that jackberry tree that you drive under between Jacana and Jacana Dam there.
Welcome back to Eco Training Islands. We're busy driving around and seeing what we can find, but at the moment we are looking at a very large knob fawn, as well as the distant mountain range, which is very close by to a town called Palaboroa, which is one of the big mining areas in South Africa. It's also one of my favorite little towns to go to because it's the gate to Kruger National, one of the gates to Kruger National Park is right over there. And one of my favorite areas where that straight leads to is Letaba Rest Camp on the Letaba River. I just love that camp. And one of the things I always love about going there is specifically the Elephant Museum. And meanwhile, we're just going to share the sounds of nature with you and allow you to look at the clouds and listen to a number of different bird calls in the background. Good afternoon, Nina. You're 100% right. It does have a very soothing sound to it, as well as one of my things that I love to listen to is the sounds of wind, and secondly, oceans. I love sitting on the seashore. That also has an incredibly big calming effect on me. Well, we're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find. Let's go and see what Tess is up to.
Amazing. Amazing. So we are actually headed towards Sandy Patch at the moment on Impala Road. Oh. Hornbill with a kill, but it's flown away. Darn it. It was a southern red-billed hornbill, but like it had a little dung beetle from a pile of elephant dung, but it flew away. Seeing lots of bird kills today. So I'm thinking about the most relaxing sounds for me, because I know it's something JP has been pondering. And I think definitely the ocean. It's nice to have it, especially at night in the background when you're relaxing just before bed. But I think probably my favorite is rain, in particular thunderstorms. Definitely thunderstorms, because where I grew up in Queenstown, we had the exact same type of thunderstorms we would have here. Very hot summer's days, sometimes up to over 40 degrees Celsius, and then right at the end of the day, this massive thunderstorm had built up. We'd have a bit of thunder and lightning, and then a beautiful downpour. So I think the sound of rain is definitely something that relaxes me. But I think also other things, you know, when you can hear hyenas calling in the background, and you've got a few of the night birds calling, fiery neck nightjars, water pickaninnies, owls. Bush sounds in general, especially in the evenings, are very relaxing. Evenings and mornings, early mornings. We've actually been quite lucky on birds today, considering the weather. But it does seem like as the afternoon has gone on, it's actually dropped in wind. We were having quite big gusts earlier, and now it seems to be calming a bit. I'm wondering if we are going to get some rain. But sometimes tends to happen just before the rain hits. You might find the wind drops and the temperature drops. We've definitely still got our jackets on. Sarah, yes, watching the lightning is one of the best things about thunderstorms, I think. It's always just unusual, everything is unique and just, wow, just sit there or stand there in awe. Really stunning. So I'm actually going to be checking all the way up towards the northern boundary this afternoon, because we haven't been up there in a good few drives. Let's go up and have a look towards Buffelshoek. I'm finding it very strange that there's no impalas at Sandy Patch. They all seem to be in the thickets along Impala Road instead of up here in the clearing, so I'm wondering what has been around here. Maybe lions, maybe hyenas, maybe nothing, maybe they're just hiding from the wind. But it would be wonderful to turn the corner and have a whole crowd of lions or something in the middle of the road. Is that a shongololo on elephant dung? That's unusual. It is! Oh my goodness. So there's a ball of elephant dung in the road. It looks like the elephant was walking as it was dropping dung there. But this closest one has quite a long millipede on it. And it looks like it's busy feeding. Oh, and a dung beetle rolling a ball to the right. You can see the millipede on the side closest to us. There it is. Busy eating from the elephant dung. It looks as though a few parts of the dung are actually moving though. Yes, I can see something moving on the right. I don't know if it's just catching in the wind or maybe there's a dung beetle trying to get hold of it. But it also looks like a little family on its way over here with this dung beetle. It's actually quite a small ball of dung for a dung beetle that size. But possibly just moving the ball to the next pile of dung to add some fresh dung to the top. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's 286 species of dung beetle in southern Africa. And they're normally grouped together based on the uses of the dung. And the bigger ones like this usually tend to be using the dung for either a food ball or a ball to lay the egg inside of, that when it hatches it has some nice fresh dung that's been buried underground. But I'm wondering why it can't seem to get this ball to roll nicely. Maybe it's a little bit too small to get any traction. It's going in circles. It's not even big enough for this male dung beetle to get on top and get a sense of direction. Just keeps rolling over. Ah, the millipede is moving. Goodness gracious, we've got an invertebrate frenzy over here. All from a pile of elephant dung. This is the perfect depiction of why animals are so important and why they're also interlinked. The dung beetle feeds on the dung. What the millipede is actually doing is it's a detritivore. It's feeding on dead plant matter. So it's actually looking for the solid pieces of plants inside the elephant dung to feed on. I'm waiting to see if that piece on the right moves again. Ah, it's another dung beetle. That's why the other piece was moving. Mystery solved, everybody. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, I'm going to leave my millipede happily feeding on the dung and send you over to Lauren, who has found her favorite animal.
Heaven on earth. I'm here and they're here. Hello, guys. And Debele, you're looking very full. And you look like you also have dry mouth. Her teeth keep getting stuck in her lip. Look at that. Now we have got Hard, Swaz, and Ndebele, the trio, the gang. Swaz is also looking full, but we do know that he stole Corky's kill. And I know this is not the best view, but we're trying to look at everybody, including you guys. Hello. Good afternoon. She's biting Ndebele's tail. Everybody's coming out. You've been making me very sad, guys. Yes, because you've not been here. Very sad. Oh, this is so lovely. Can you see what's happening here? This little one is licking Swazi's teeth. And Swazi's just letting it happen. Yes, they're coming to see Auntie Lauren, that's for sure. It's been too long. I've been very sad. Swash just loves all of these cubs. Look at Ndebele's mouth. It's like she's got dry mouth. And her teeth keep getting stuck on her lip. Wow, they love Uncle Swaz, that's for sure. Look at this. What is actually happening here? Now that's love. He's literally letting that one inside his mouth. Oh, Swazi, you are definitely the popular uncle. Look at his face. Ah. I think they put him into a deep sleep. He's fallen asleep with his mouth open like that. Oh no, not deep sleep. Okay, sorry, I lied. I was a little bit suspicious of Ndebele at one point, but her mammary glands are just the nipple. They're not protruding or swollen or full or anything like that. This is so funny. Imagine having an aunt and uncle that you can just eat their face, bite their ears. And this is Ribbon's pair as well, remember? So it's not, they're so gentle with all of the cubs, even although Ribbon is at the bottom. hearts at the top, they still love all the cubs. It's not a case of treating ribbons cubs differently is what I'm trying to say. Not at all. You guys are getting very brave. Now they're giving Indabelle the dentist treatment. Is this a new thing? I feel like this is a new fascination. Teeth. Bum bum.
Bun bun.
Bun bun, sorry. Slight mix up with the letters there. Bun bun. Cuteness overload. I know. I've been waiting for this. Tessa even said, oh, Lorna's been strange not getting your updates. Lorna's at the den. Because the den hasn't been active. And Zabelli and Swazi's mouth is very strange right now. What have you guys been eating? Goodness. Sorry, guys. I know, that Eastern channel. Indabelle is full. Heart looks full. They've been on a kill somewhere. That's why we've not been seeing them. Oh, cute. She loves it, and Indabelle just loves it. How you're asking, are they bones? I think you might be referring to that big stick, and no, I'm afraid it just sticks. I don't see any bones. Hello, you're getting close to the car now. I'll give it another few weeks and the car is going to be the new favorite thing. Won't be teeth anymore. Look how gentle she is, so seriously. She could kill this cub in one. One bite and Indabelle could kill that cub, and she never would. She's been very gentle with that big mouth of hers. I'm sure Heart's happy because she thinks, well, I don't have to do anything. I think Indabelle is trying to put them all back in the den, but it's not really working. I think she wants to sleep. Can you see them from there? Indeed, absolutely. They're far too far awake. They are not going back inside, I can assure you. They are loving this. Because sometimes they spend long periods on their own with no adults when the adults are getting a fill of whatever it is they're eating. And therefore, when the adults do come around, oh no, they will savor every moment with them. They're just so tiny. Oh, face full of dung. Oh dear. You just face planted to dung. I didn't catch that name,
Jonah.
but Jenna.
Jonah.
Sorry. My comms are atrocious. But you're saying hyenas are becoming your favorite animal. Well, I hope so. I truly hope so. They are just really the most wonderful thing. They make my heart so happy. All animals are wonderful, but everybody has a favorite, and hyenas are definitely mine. Without a doubt. And I'm glad to hear the love is spreading. I just love coming to activity like this. That's why communal dens are so great, because you get to spend time with more than one individual and you get to sort of see how social they really are. Poor Indabella is not getting to sleep. That's not going to happen. She needs to leave if she really wants to sleep. Oh, this has just been too wonderful. I don't think I need to say this, but I'm not going to go anywhere.
And welcome back to Eco Training Islands. We decided to make a quick stop, put some jackets on as the temperatures has now plummeted very rapidly. At the same time, we were admiring the Drakensberg Mountains under incredibly dramatic clouds and the backdrop of the sky and the light that's popping through from the sun every now and then. I thought that we'll share that with you. We're also listening to a number of different sounds of nature, including the gushing wind and some other birds and insects that you might hear in the background.
So we have discovered a new tree species on Sandy Patch North. It sprouts the sun, apparently, on the ends of its branches. We'll call it the sun tree from now on. So Owen has managed to perfectly frame a gorgeous skyline. As the clouds are building up and moving over, they're creeping in towards the sun. And this very almost Tim Burton looking tree is perfectly framing the sun as it's kind of coming out of the end of the branch like it's a flower being held on by some vines. Absolutely stunning. We've actually just been enjoying the view and listening to the different birds around us, and a very light, gentle breeze. You see the sun is resting on that branch. How beautiful. It's as though the branch is holding it gently in its hand with fingers out. Absolutely gorgeous. Meryl, I agree. The sky is, it's so different tonight. We're not used to seeing the sun like this anymore, and it's very dramatic with the clouds coming in and framing around the sun as well. It's almost as though the sun is being held between the tree and the cloud, as though it's in between two hands like that. The different elements interacting. Basic forces of life, all in one shot. Sounds like we've got some hornbills having a conversation behind us. And some cisticolas in front of us. And I think I could sit here for an hour and not get bored. It's just so beautiful. From the way the clouds are forming, I don't think we're going to get rain in the next little while, which we're very grateful for. A nice little break means the animals will move around a little bit more. The flowers will start to open again. I think it's going to be a really gorgeous evening. But far in the distance you can see there is a cloud bank forming, and we might get some rain from the cloud bank at some point, maybe early hours of the morning or tomorrow. I just love the colors when it's a bit overcast but there's some golden light coming through. Everything is nicely contrasted. So the silhouettes become much clearer in weather like this. We're actually in a bit of an eco-tone at the moment, so a zone between drainage lines and crests. I'm very happy that we got to see this stunning sunset tonight, or the start of it anyway. I'm going to send you back to Lauren while I carry on my way. It sounds like the hyena cubs are still playing.
We are just having the best time here. The teeth cleaning has been ongoing. I'm not sure what that is really all about. Never-ending entertainment. Never ending. And the belly! It's a little bit rough. That's exactly why cubs are stashed in a NATO den, by the way. She's not meaning to be rough. She just is a huge, powerful animal with one of the most powerful bites in the mammalian world. So she's not, that's why they're stashed away, in case they get accidentally hurt. Oh my goodness, look at Swazi. Swaz. Ultimate relaxation. Doesn't have a care in the world. Tori, you're saying you can honestly say, and I love a good dose of honesty, you've went from disliking them to loving them. Now that is very impressive, and I'm so happy you shared that with me. I never thought I would like hyenas when I first came here. I didn't feel neither here nor there about them. But they've just wormed their way into my belly. Oh, Auntie Ndebele, what are you doing? But yes, they just wormed their way into my heart. They're really remarkable, and the level of care and attention that everyone is giving the cubs, I think that's what people don't realize. Corky was never out for Ribbon's blood in that respect. She didn't want to kill Ribbon, and she certainly will not hurt Ribbon's cubs. Really. At this stage, Ribbon's cubs, they don't really know they're at the bottom of the pile. They don't really know that their mom used to be the matriarch and now she's the lowest ranker. They don't understand that. They just think life they just think life is just one big party. This is just madness. I don't even know which cub is who at this stage, honestly. It's just chaos. Lovely Lioness. What a nice name. You're saying one big happy family. Oh, indeed. I'm sure they have their politics. In fact, we know they do. But at the end of the day, you're right. They're a clan. They are a clan. If Swaz, Ndebele, and Corky and Hart had killed Ribbon, it really wouldn't have made much sense for their social structure. They may not like Ribbon. They may not agree that Ribbon can be at the top. But it would not have made much sense to harm Ribbon. They were teaching her a lesson. They were putting her back down in her place, and it was very aggressive to us. And yes, Ribbon got injured, her ear, she lost her tail, but, I mean, hyenas do have an incredibly powerful bite. But they were just putting her back down against Swaz and Ndebele. They're pampered poochies. They're high-ranked individuals, they always have been. And they've kind of gone under the radar because Corky got kicked off. And they were young. But now that Corky's back, of course, they're back in with Corky. They know Corky's their mother's best friend, and they have always been high ranked. They lost their mother, so they don't know anything different other than being high ranked. The gang is back at the top, as it was when I first got here. Okay, I'm going to sit there. I'm going to send you guys over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pro Islands. We just found the scouts moving through here of a group of Matabele ants. And we find that Davy has put himself in direct harm's way, and he's possibly going to get bitten on the foot if he's not very careful, or actually stung, as these ants can provide quite a painful little sting. One of the other names for these ants is also African hissing ants, as quite often when they are disturbed, you'll start hearing them creating a hissing sound by rubbing different parts of their body together, which is generally used as a warning to other predators to stay well away from them, as they can provide that painful sting that we mentioned earlier. We're just going to sit and watch them as they're going to move past. You might notice that some of the individuals might have food particles in their mouth, and those might be some termites that they already found, but it's a scout that's leading the group that's actually leading to them where a termite colony is, or where termites are busy feeding at the moment, and they'll specifically focus by raiding that termite colony, taking several of those termites back to their nest, and then consuming them there. One of the things that I do find particularly interesting about the scout, which is the one that was leading the group, is that they would actually create a chemical scent trail that they will use. And we also find that those scouts are quite often long-lived ants, and we find that they are specifically recruited to perform that specific function. We also do find that if you do remove a scout that's leading the group to the area, that the whole group will then turn around and move back to the nest. Good evening, Baz, and welcome to the show. Yes, it is actually very cool to see such a big group. So unfortunately, I couldn't get it on camera now because we didn't want to move. But one of the things that I noticed is that they actually went for a small millipede, and they actually bit it into pieces and then started carrying it off. And generally, we find that ants don't actually go for millipedes because of the chemicals that millipedes will release as a defensive strategy. In this case, it didn't seem to effectively work at all. It pretty much looks like the last few ants that are coming past us now. There's probably 3 or 4, and then that's pretty much the whole column of Matabele ants. Well, as our ants have now disappeared, let's go and see what Tess is up to.
I have just arrived at Sydney's dam, and surprise, surprise, we've got some impalas around. But what is actually the most exciting thing is we have got a dazzle of zebras. I can't believe we've been so lucky to see 3 dazzles in the last 2 days. How special is this? Oh. So there's actually, believe it or not, a zebra foal here. But it's hiding right behind that little bush, and I'm waiting for it to come out. We actually just saw it suckling a little while ago. Oh, did it lie down? Goodness gracious, that's loud. I'm hoping that zebra foal's going to get up again, but we've just got the golden light starting to come through. Have a look at the coats on these zebras. They are looking absolutely gorgeous in this light. It's quite a small dazzle. It's only 3 zebras, plus the little foal. Paul, definitely a lucky day if you've got 2 zebra sightings in one drive. I absolutely love zebras. I think they are so different to everything else we get out here. Not just because they're striped, because of the way they act, because of the way they look. Nothing else in the bush looks like a horse other than a zebra. Oh, how cute is this? A little bit of aloe grooming, maybe even a bit of courtship. Possibly these two are having a little bit of a love affair at the moment. Yes, it looks like it. So this is very common in zebras, where they groom each other to bond. And it's usually, I mean, they can do it daily, but it happens a lot more frequently if the female's coming into estrus. That would make a lot of sense as to why this dazzle is actually so small. I don't know if you know how zebras end up forming their own dazzle or harem, but there'll always only be one male. And what he does is when he leaves his dazzle, when he gets to maybe 2 years old or that age, he starts moving around, and anywhere between, say, 4.5 and 12 years old, that's the main focus time for a stallion. He actually goes around to other dazzles with the sole intention of kidnapping the females, very close to when they're going into estrus. So they actually forcibly pull fillies or mares away from the dazzle. And if they manage to successfully impregnate her in her 5 days of the estrus cycle, so that happens once a year, then that female will stay with him. And then he'll move on to find the next one. And this is actually how zebras keep their genetic diversity very different to every other animal. And it's why they can be so strong out here and why you find them in so many different places. This also means that it can be quite vicious because the males will defend their females and they can actually kill each other with a kick. I've seen many a stallion with bite wounds and kick wounds just from trying to steal females. She actually might. She's looking quite round. I don't know if she's maybe already pregnant. Maybe that's why he's spending so much time with her. The other one at the back is the foal's mother. So maybe this one is getting close to her due date. It would make sense. Oh, the foal just got up. Hello. Oh, this is still a very young foal. You can see it's still fluffy and brown. So I would say, oh, and down again at speed. A bit like a lion, actually. I would say this little one is maybe a month old, if not younger. Maybe it's time for a little nap. It's probably getting tired of walking around all day feeding, so appreciating the nice cool weather and the soft grass for a little afternoon nap before sunset. I am just loving this scene, and I'm very happy that the zebras are actually getting closer to us slowly and the foal has gotten up again. So I want to see what happens as it's moving. Let's just watch for a little bit and see where it decides to go and if it decides to come closer like the adults. At the moment it's having a bit of a standoff with an impala. Shows you how tiny that foal is. The size of an impala. Here comes the stallion. definitely very interested in whatever smells this female is giving out. Showing a bit of dominance here, and definitely a little bit of courtship as well. The zebra foal is still standing its ground with that impala. The impala is actually edging closer slowly. As it's feeding, it's not worried about the zebra, it's just moving closer to get to different food. The zebra foal's taking it very well. Maybe coming over to join the adults soon. Oh, it's actually starting to feed next to the impalas. That's very sweet. Very sociable little calf. Oh, sorry, foal. Lovely little thing.
Oh, the antics are they're just not ending. Had one cub in the belly, the other cub with swaz. One cub bouncing between the two. I do not know what is happening. And Harge just sleeping the entire way through all of this. Hasn't even opened her eyes. She repositioned once and then that's it. There's a lot of teeth cleaning going on. It's very interesting. I feel like maybe hyenas are the future dentists. Vitamin, you're asking why do some hyenas become more ginger? Oh, it's just coloration. It's just genetics. Why do some people have brown hair, some people have blonde? Some people have light brown, some people have dark brown. Why are some lions really pale, some lions really tawny? Some leopards are very, very orange. Shukamuri was a really orange leopard. I always felt that when I took a photo of him, I had to sort of pump down the saturation because he was really orange. Some leopards are really, really white, like Moya. Moya's very pale in terms of coloration. It's just coloration, variation, genetics. So, I'm not laughing at your question, I'm just laughing at Swazi. I don't know how he ends up in these ridiculous positions. He's biting his own leg. He's literally chewing on his own leg. He's got a cub. Oh, I don't even know what the cubs are doing. That's what I'm laughing at, White Mane. I promise it's not your question. Rock Candy Susie, indeed. Swazi is always living his best life, I tell you. That hyena has had a good life. And even he's been really gentle. They're grabbing the cubs, yes, but they're not hurting them. I mean, the cubs just keep coming back for more and more and more. They're not injuring them. But, I mean, he's biting their legs, biting their neck. And he's loving it. Look at him. He could not be happier. Looking at Heart's little one is definitely fuller and chunkier than Ribbon's too. I don't know if Heart's little one is older or if it's just because Ribbon has fallen in the rank. You often find cubs of the lower rankers will be small. a big jump. Oh, the three cubs are all best friends now. Because when Heart's cub first arrived at this den, it was a little bit shy. But look at it now, chunky little thing, chunky monkey. Whereas Ribbon's pair, the spot pattern's more obvious though. Ribbon's pair are lightning. I don't know if they are. The size difference is because of age. I'm wondering if it is because of rank. Ribbon's cubs just look a bit scrawnier, like they need to be fed. But you can really start to see the spot pattern. And that happens as they get older. Whereas Heart's cubs, chunkier, very chubby, but you can't see the spot pattern as well. You can in certain light, but it's not as obvious as the other two. I'm pretty sure Heart's cub is a daughter. So much action. Don't even know where to look. Kyla, I don't think that question... It's not a case of realizing that they're differently ranked, if that makes sense. They're not going to wake up one day and go, oh, I'm at the bottom of the pile. I didn't realize. It's just a case of they absorb the behavior from the mother. It's all at a behavioral level. When they were first studying spotted hyenas, they weren't sure, is it at a hormonal level? Is it sort of genetics? Or is it behavior? And it turns out it's behavior. So they just mimic mom, as most mammals do. So when Ribbon bows down to everyone, they bow down to everyone. They see everything. They see their mother acting submissive. And there will just be that innate knowledge by mimicking mom that they also have to act submissive. So in answer to your question, they will know their rank very early on. They're just cubs right now, so they don't care. But they will know exactly where they sit very, very early on. They have to. That's the whole essence of a hyena society. So it's not really going to be a case of realizing. They will just mimic mom. And these cubs, they were very young when Ribbon sort of got put back down to the bottom. So I'm not entirely sure that will have had impact on them. I don't even know how to narrate this anymore, everyone. Swazi, what are you doing? So sorry, in answer to your question, they will just inherit the rank, absorb it, and that's where they will be. They may not like it, absolutely, and that's clearly what happened with Ribbon. Ribbon wanted to challenge that, but it won't really be a case of realizing, if that makes sense. At this stage, they will just copy mum. But they're having the best time engaging with all the adults because they are a social animal. Socializing is a huge part of their life. And they're learning so much from these crazy den sightings. Ears and teeth seem to be the thing. We're back to cleaning the teeth, by the way. Swazi's teeth should be very shiny soon. Christine, mobile toothbrush. Imagine we could all carry one of those toothbrushes in your handbag. Do you know, some of you will remember this, and it's the most awful story, but I remember coming on drive one day, and I was in a bit of a state of shock from my nightmare the night before, so I decided to share it all with you. And it was in Gwazi and Shimbulu, actually. My brother had twins, and I haven't seen them in about 2.5 years. I will see them very soon. A boy and a girl, and obviously we were locked down here. In Gwazi and Shimbulu were the lockdown babies, as well as Mareebs. And I was obsessed with them. I just loved them so much. And I had this dream one night that I decided to do this big undercover operation to steal Ngwazi and Shimbulu and take them to Scotland. But I had to hide from James Hendry. So I was doing everything I can to make sure James Hendry didn't know, and then I had to hide it from Davi. And I was running around camp hiding from everyone. I secretly told Shashala. And I put them in my suitcase. This is a dream, everyone. Please don't ask any realistic questions. And I got them through security. I don't know how you get hiding cups through security, but I did. I got them to Scotland, and I decided to hide them in my room because I didn't think my mom would notice. Anyway, we went shopping one day, and we came back, and the cubs had ate my brother's twins. And that was my nightmare.
Scary.
I know. Ah. And to this day, I have not forgotten that, and I don't know why I shared it with you, but I shared it the first time around. Cat's laughing. That was the dream. Anyway, James Hendry had a good chuckle at that one at the time. And I would never take hyena cups out of the reserve, just FYI. But the mobile toothbrush comment made me think of that, carrying your own little hyena cup to clean your teeth. He's probably got blood on his mouth or something. He's eaten something, and they're obviously very attracted to the taste. Let's just take a look at Swazi. Oh, no? Okay, okay. I'm going to change position. Many of you have seen this, a funny dream. It's a terrible dream. It's awful. It's awful. I woke up so upset. I was upset on drive. James said, "What's wrong with you?" And I said, "Oh, I need to tell you about my dream." I don't know why that came into my head, but I was just imagining carrying that hyena cub as a mobile toothbrush. Anyway, the hyenas, they get to me. My brother's twins are absolutely fine, by the way, just FYI. Okay, this is still as entertaining as it has been from the start, so we're going to continue to sit here. We're just having the best time at the hyena den. Really, this is one of the best sightings I've had in a while. The birds are forcing out their last calls before the sun goes down. And the cubs are just, I don't even know how to explain what the cubs are getting up to. So we are just going to sit here for a moment or two and thoroughly enjoy this sighting.
So we're spending our last few little minutes here with the zebra couple and the mum and foal. Looks like the foal has gone to sleep, but these two have been displaying some very interesting behaviors. And what we've noticed is not only is there a mud patch on the male, on his rump on the left there from his very short stumpy tail, but he has a very short stumpy tail, everybody. And this very likely came from the times when he was fighting other stallions for these two mares that he's got with him. It's a very, very vicious affair. And what we've been trying to work out is what exactly is happening between these two, because it looks as though she is already quite heavily pregnant. So it would make sense that she's going to give birth in the next month or two. And perhaps because she is the newer wife, so the first one that had the foal would have been his first wife. He would have impregnated her first. And so she'd be classified as the first wife. That's the system that zebras work off of. This is most likely then his second wife. And he only has these two females in his dazzle. And what we're thinking is possibly because she is close to the end of her pregnancy, her hormones are probably a bit up and down, and he's bonding with her before she gives birth. He will still be trying to impress her quite a bit because she's the newer wife of the two, but they look like they're having the best time interacting with each other, constantly rubbing against each other and grooming each other. See that belly? That's what makes me think she's very heavily pregnant. She's very low and very round on her belly, so it's definitely not that they're wanting to mate. I think she's close to the end of her pregnancy. And actually looking at her from this angle, it's the first full frontal we've had of her. I think she's closer than 2 months to her due date. I think she'll give birth in the next month. She's looking very heavy. Maybe if we're lucky, there'll be a new zebra foal here by the end of the week. And so I think they're just enjoying some special time before the new little one comes along. They are a very handsome couple. Beautiful. This is so sweet to see. This is a very common stance for zebras to be found in. Especially two close individuals will stand like this, and they often actually, when they're wanting to rest, will rest their chins on the other one's back, and it makes a bit of a tangle. It's quite beautiful. Lovely little scene. Nice to see a new family starting. Oliver, you're 9 years old and you want to know whether or not the little foal was born standing. Definitely not. They are very similar to us when they are born, except for the fact that within 10 minutes a zebra foal can actually stand. But they are born lying down, and it takes about 10 minutes for it to be able to stand and find its feet. Within half an hour it can walk very steadily behind mom, and within an hour it is running behind the rest of the dazzle. So definitely born lying down and quite vulnerable in those first few hours of life. It's somewhere there sleeping in the grass. I think the mum is kind of waiting for it to wake a little bit before she comes over to the very happy couple on the side. It's been an absolutely wonderful afternoon being able to spend a bit of time with them and watch their interactions, and seeing the little zebra foal that was interacting with some of the impalas. Lovely to see the confidence growing. All new learning experiences. Wonderful. We actually had all the zebras and all the impalas look up and turn back, kind of just past the vehicle just now, and they were all staring and staring, and we couldn't work out what it was, and then we could smell an elephant bull and must. And all of a sudden a mum and probably about a 2-year-old calf came rushing over the road, very quickly disappeared into the brush, and behind them the big male elephant that Owen and I saw on Sandy Patch this morning. And they were really trying to run to get away from him. So she must be coming into her estrus cycle, and mom is probably very concerned for her calf. And we were hoping they would come down to the edge of the water and drink, but they've actually avoided the dam. I saw them disappearing right on the other side. They did a wide loop. So what we're actually going to do now that the light is fading, we're going to head off. We're going to leave our little happy zebra family over here. We've been very spoilt. And we're going to head on towards Aubrey's Road, which is one of the more productive roads in the area as well. And I find just a very nice scenic road. Now we're going to start looking for our nocturnal animals more. So things like jennets, porcupines, all of those fun things. Even hyenas, actually. And speaking of, Lauren is still with hers, so I'm going to send you over to her while we bumble.
Still absolute chaos. Swazi's up though. He didn't stay still for very long, did he? And the cubs are, of course, following, copying, watching. That's how they learn. And it was funny, the other day with Tlalamba's cub, I know this sounds really bizarre, but Tlalamba stopped to defecate. So she obviously squatted and she was defecating, which is entirely normal. But what was really interesting to watch was her little cub, that the one that I think is the daughter, I could be wrong, copied her mum's actions. So her mum started to squat. Swazi. So she started to squat and she was watching mum. And obviously Tlalamba did do the toilet, but the little cub didn't. She was just mimicking mum. Mum was squatting, so she decided to squat. Mum stood up, she stood up. Just copying mum, but not actually needing to go to the toilet. It was very cute. And that's what cubs do. And that's what these cubs are doing. Swazi's digging, so we're going to dig. I felt that. Rena, you're saying you're loving playtime with these cubs. I know. We've come to this den and we've seen the cubs, but we can't stay if there's no adults. So luckily we've managed to get a fantastic sighting tonight. Really has been fantastic. Hello, Swaz. Hey. I'm not a cub and I'm not going to brush your teeth. Nope. Their play just looks so rough sometimes. I guess it is. The cubs are getting braver and braver with the vehicle. It's very special. And the belly's also digging now. I see a lot of them dig here. I think this is a sort of latrine or territorial market. All the clan use this little spot here. Oh, this is so wonderful. We're definitely going to stay here a little bit longer.
I am slowly bumbling down Aubrey's Road now from Buffelshoek Cutline back towards Vuyatilla access. And we're just taking it nice and slow, having a look for any movement. It's not dark enough yet that I need my lights, but they certainly are going to start helping me soon, especially in terms of seeing any tracks and things on the road. But Owen and I have been talking a lot about owls recently, and I realized I haven't actually seen one since I've been back. I don't think. I saw a flash of a pearl-spotted owlet the other day, but just a flash as it was flying off. So, I'm really hoping that I might see an owl sometime soon. This is a particularly good area for leopards and hyenas and genets. All of the lovely predators that we're hoping to see as well. Oh, I think this is where the elephants may have come from earlier. Fresh dung, and I can still smell that elephant bull. In fact, as we were driving off, there was another one that crossed the road after them. Definitely smelling a female in estrus. There might be some drama between those two bulls tonight. It's actually turned into a very pleasant evening. It's cool. I'm still feeling cold in my jacket. But I think that's also a bit of the residual dampness from so many days of rain. I wonder what we're going to bump into tonight. I always look forward so much to these, as the sun is fading, these night kind of drives, because you never know what you're going to find. It's always going to be a surprise. Everything is here, but the nighttime surprises tend to be a lot more surprising.
It's starting to get dark quite quickly here. I mean, it is only 6:45. Normally we've got a little bit more light than this. But of course, the sun was not out today. The sun did not have its hat on. And the clouds are dark and looming overhead. But we managed to stay dry, and really that's all that matters. I love how lazy Heart has been. She just has not bothered. Auntie and Debele and Uncle Swaz have just entertained the entire afternoon. We reposition so we can't entirely see the den, but they keep moving up and down and up and down. And to be honest with you, this den side is so tricky. I don't love it, guys. When are you going to move? When are you going to move back to Philemon's? I would love that if you did. Now you can understand why they have a communal den. Keep each other occupied, no boredom here. Dark Mean Lover, you're asking, do the cubs fight for mum's milk? I think you might need to ask that again, FC. Do they get gassy? Okay. I don't know. I have never been that close to a hyena cub bottom. Thank goodness for that. We never hear little toots. But I really don't know. I would imagine probably not really. I mean, gassy tummies normally come from what you're eating, as I'm sure many humans know. I'm not sure if mum's milk would do that. But the adults, on the other hand, absolutely they do. My goodness, they do. Hello, Heart. Good evening. Heart is the size of a house. Oh, look, they've all got their own little drinking spot. How lovely. Heart's calling the cub. She's saying, come here, you. Christine, I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I'm really glad. Me too. I was a bit sad. I kept coming. It's not active. I like to touch base with the clan. But I'm glad you enjoyed it, Christine. It's been wonderful, wonderful. Everybody's up now. I don't think we're going to get much of a view, but now that everyone's moved, I can reposition. You ready for me to reposition? It's such an awkward day inside. Especially when you've got a rain roof on. Hello, everybody. I think Heart just wants to be in peace with her cub, but it's not gonna happen. Momo, you're saying this has been one of the best hyena sightings. I know. It's Swazin in the belly, they just don't let up. There's so much interaction, so much bonding, so much weirdness, to be honest. There's a lot of weirdness. A lot. But that's a hyena for you. Hyenas are utterly bizarre. When you watch them, you think, what are they doing? But that's their That's their secret. That's their superpower. They can understand each other and communicate a lot through these greeting ceremonies. But naturally, to humans, it looks rather bizarre. They are bizarre. Think about it. Think about their genitalia. It's strange. But yet they're so wonderful. They're so complex. There's a lot of depth there, as I think. And even if you don't love them, at least if maybe you feel a little bit differently about them, then I've done my job. Now I've got the first cub eating the tire, everyone. It has finally happened, must I say. It took a while, but they have now found tires. We're going to stay here just a tad longer because we cannot move.
I have just arrived on the western edge of quarantine, and I'm really hoping that we might find some action up here. Owen was telling me about a Verreaux's eagle owl that he's seen quite a few times at Philemon's Dip, which is very close to where we are. And I'm actually thinking of maybe heading down there to see if I can find it. It would be wonderful to see a big owl like that. But at the moment I'm just ambling along very slowly. This road is quite washed away, so it's wonderful because it kind of forces you to take your time and just take in everything around you, so you're not missing anything. Still not dark enough for me to be using my spotlight, but I have got my other lights on just to help in the immediate periphery, so I'm not missing anything, particularly small things on the road. I'm still quite adamant that Cara is around here somewhere. So I'm also secretly hoping she's going to be up on quarantine somewhere. Maybe in her favourite jackalberry tree, where she can hide so well. And what a stunning evening it is. There is a lot less wind than I anticipated up on quarantine, but we are still quite sheltered by this little fringe as well, so maybe when I get up to the top it might be different. So far I haven't seen any impalas or anything up there, but we are very low down. We've still got to go up quite a bit before we get to see that. Quite late for woodland kingfishers to still be lying around, but we are seeing glimpses of them flying over. I am crossing my fingers and my toes that we bump into a last minute predator, whether it's a genet, even an owl or a leopard.
Now, sadly, we're not going to be able to give you sterling views here because the cubs have now discovered tires. They get to a stage in their life where they discover tires, and now it becomes all about the car. So the views are going to be less than spectacular. And I will have to leave shortly, I'm afraid, everyone. I do have to get ready for a fireside chat tonight. I do hope that you can all join us. We will be taking a trip down memory lane and discussing conservation initiatives. But that means I will have to get home at some point and prepare. Right, everyone, I think you can move this shenanigans away from the vehicle. Look at the heart. Living her best life. Peter, you're saying this was the greatest hyena day and you're so happy you got to see it live. I'm so happy you watched it live. I was sad every time I come here it's not active. Okay. We are most likely going to get ready to leave the den now, as sad as it is. They're all getting active. And of course, they are nocturnal. The sighting could go on a really long time. Oh my goodness, it didn't take the cubs long. I think they love the feeling of the rubber. The tires. Must be good to sort of get your teeth around. I'm so glad you've all enjoyed it, really. And it seems to be that Hard, Swaz, and in the Valley, they're really quite a trio. The fact that Corky's not here, she absolutely has to be denning somewhere. We've seen her. We know she's fine and well. But we're just not seeing her at the den. And we would. She's the matriarch. She will swing by, absolutely. But if she's got her own NATO den, then of course that's the priority for her. Okay, we are going to get ready to leave the sighting shortly. But thank you, Ju McClan. It has been absolutely wonderful. You can smell the cubs. Such a nice smell. It's milky. You're like a puppy. Beatrice, of course, I would stay here forever if I could. I really would. Forever and ever. When the hyenas start whooping at night time, all of my colleagues say, Lauren, they're calling you. Okay, that's us going to head now, I'm afraid. And we are going to send you guys over to Tessa on her bumbo.
So I've actually just arrived at Philemon's Dip, and we're just having a quick look to see maybe if the Verreaux's eagle owl might be around. This is the area where it likes to be, apparently, and they are quite territorial. So I'm hoping that possibly it might be around. So I just want to spend a little bit of time here listening in case we can hear it calling, but also in case we pick up on any movement, because it does like these very tall trees. Ah, hello, rain roof. I can hear a lot of bubbling casinas. And it's usually up in that tree. I'm not hearing anything though.
It's usually up on the right, further on.
Okay, let's give it a bash. We'll drive a little bit forward and see what happens. I'm hoping that we might get lucky with this Verreaux's eagle owl. Oh, how wonderful would it be to see such a big bird? Oh, Gia, that comment actually kind of made my day. Thank you. It is lovely being able to listen to nature with you and share it with you. I think it's one of those very, very special things of being out here. Probably one of the best things about my job is I get to share it with the world. I think the only thing that beats it is being in nature. I'm going to go a little bit further on before I turn, just in case it might be slightly further down the drainage line, because the drainage line extends down this way. Oh, I've got that excitement in my stomach, almost like mini butterflies, not many of them, but mini ones, because you never know what you're going to find at night. Oh, the rain is starting to come in. I knew we were expecting it sometime. And here it is. Not seeing any owls in these big trees. No, Lauren's found an owl. Darn it. Okay, let me send you over to Lauren to have a look. Enjoy it for me.
Yes, Tessa, I have. Don't be jealous. A Verreaux's eagle owl. I've extracted myself from the den. The madness of the den, the confidence of the cubs is just going through the roof. And as I mentioned, we are going to slowly start bumbling home just to get into the region. We're far away. And look what we spotted. Right at the hyena den. A Verreaux's eagle owl. The only living thing that should wear pink eyeshadow. No one else should ever wear pink eyeshadow, but these guys can. And they do, and it's fabulous. But please, those at home, don't copy. And off we go. I don't even know where he went, actually. Daniel, I know, me too. Since Mrs. Wiggs disappeared, my owl heart has been crying a little bit, I must say. We've had a few owls, but I've not been able to get them live. We've had the Bard, and we've had a Scops. But the minute we sort of stop, they fly away. That Burroughs was actually very obliging. But I know, I love owls so much. They really are the best. And I miss the Wiggs sighting. I don't know what happened, everyone. I don't have the answers. I went away for 7 weeks, and when I came back, just nobody is there. And I know where Mom and Dad hang out. I know their territory. So they have to be there somewhere. Maybe I'll try again before I go, just to take a look in the Mowati and see if I can see them. My days with Mrs. Wig and Olivia and Sebwig and Twiglet were just some of the happiest in my career. Oh, spiders. Why do they do this? Somebody needs to teach the spiders to stop making webs across roads. But Ali Cat topped it off. She did. And of the owl competition, Ali won. I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but she did. She got the barn owl on Juma. You're saying you miss the Wiggs so much. I know, me too. Terribly, terribly. Just as I left last time, Twiglet was getting big and we were seeing it more and more often. I had an incredible sighting one night, I think it was with Darren, where Mrs. Wig came back and fed it. Oh, it was amazing. I miss the Wiggs dearly. And this is a territory right here, Mr. and Mrs. Wiggs. Sometimes you can hear them calling. And it's very close to the hyena den. Everything's in the same sort of area. The Verreaux's are bigger than the spotted eagle owls. They are much bigger. Train. Uh-oh. What an eventful drive. There was a quiet period, but my goodness, golden orb landed in my car, owl and hyenas. And elephants. Anna Marie, you're saying the Verreaux's eagle owl are so impressive and pretty. What a nice sighting. It's actually that found it. He's got the eagle eyes for the eagle owls. This cloud up ahead is looking very black. Full of water, I think. And that just encourages us to get home a little bit quicker. But yes, it's been a very impressive drive in the end. And that was all I wanted. I just wanted activity at the den. I've managed to see everyone except Tintima. Been here a month, almost a month now, and I've managed to see everybody. I saw Sutu the other day. I know we didn't put her live, but she was really there. And I've seen all the females. It's just Tintima I saw in Gwazi when I first came back. Oh, don't know where she is. A little bit worrying, but she could be laying low. She could also be denning. I think she lost in Tambu very early on. Who knows? I would have loved to have solved that mystery, but hopefully we can get a sighting of Intima soon.
Still on the search for an owl, everybody. Still. So I've actually decided, once I got through Philemon's Dip, went a little bit down Weaver's Nest, I actually turned around. I have a feeling about Philemon's cut line. So I just want to spend a little bit of time driving down this way, scanning. I know I've seen genets here before. I've seen quite a few different night animals along here. And then I'll turn and head back to quarantine just now. Makes me think of Lauren when I say just now or now. Oh, bumpy. So there are some really nice spots along Philemon's cut line, particularly because of the old fire break. So it's got this open area on either side of the road, and then tall trees along the fringe, and then dense thickets on both sides because of the drainage line and because of Treehouse Dam and its drainage lines. So this area is normally very productive. I am thinking though that since it has officially started raining, maybe the animals are starting to hide away a bit and find some shelter. I'm really hoping for that lovely glow that you get from an animal's eyes. In fact, I've actually only even seen one scrub here tonight, and it was a very fleeting glimpse. Maybe the animals have gone into hiding again, other than Lauren's owl.
That's the rain starting to come down just a little bit. So we're going to swiftly ninja bomb back to home. I'm just going to close this box. Ninja bomb, I don't even know what that really means, but everybody says it, so I said it. But in all seriousness, what a wonderful drive it has been. Scrub here. Your best to sometimes just turn off your lights as long as you can see it. Actually, I'm just going to have to cover some stuff here, everyone. That is the rain started. Are you all good in the back? All good in the hood? They jump with the lights, so sometimes if you just turn your lights off, the scrub here is saying just dart off to the side. Leopard Lady, you are saying that today was so much fun. Those cubbies were just the best. Aren't they getting brave? Before I go, I want to confirm the sex of Ribbon's second one. I know people say it's a boy and a girl. I've just not seen it myself, and I just want to have a look. I'm convinced, we know she's got one boy, and I'm convinced Hart's got a daughter. So just that last one, we need to do some genitalia inspecting. It takes a lot of work to figure out the sex of a hyena, and you can get it wrong. It just takes one to have a misshapen penis or pseudo penis, and you're going to get it wrong. I mean, we thought Ribbon was a boy until she gave birth. That was a surprise. And Swazi's behaviour has me thinking sometimes, are you really a girl? But naturally, we did dart Swazi. That was something that happened when he had a big wire around his neck. A team of us, that's human caused, that's why there was intervention. Whether it's a snare or a wire, it's from a human. Whether it's direct or indirect, oh my goodness. And then we will intervene. That's the policy of the Sabi-san. So we did intervene, and of course we managed to get the wire off him. I actually wear it around my wrist, Swazi's wire. You can see all the bite marks of the cubs, the young cubs. That was the other cubs, and Ngwazi, Shimbulu, Braveheart, Gingi, Pumela, and Tambu, Navella. That was that lot of cubs. Scrub here. I really wish you wouldn't do this to me. And that's what came off of Swazi's neck. And of course we inspected him. They sort of weighed him. They just looked to make sure he was in good health, checked his teeth. And the vet, Dr. Joe, said to me, do you want to inspect his genitals? And you will conclusively know if it's a boy or a girl. And we checked, and it's a boy. Sometimes I think Swazi, I don't know, maybe he's confused. It's possible. Okay, the rain's actually getting really, really heavy. Okay, everyone, I'm going to head back to camp. Just a reminder, we are doing a fireside chat. Hopefully, it won't be a wet one. And as I mentioned earlier, we'll be taking a trip down memory lane and discussing conservation initiatives. So please do join, and I'm going to send you over to Tessa now, who I hope is not getting wet like I am.
I love how, as Lauren is saying, I hope the rain stays at bay, that you are seeing me packing up my vehicle because the rain has just started bucketing down. And we're very close to quarantine. But I am very excited for the fireside chat, everybody. Apologies for the little bit of noise. We are just covering up all of our equipment to make sure that nothing gets wet. The books, the radios, all of the important things. There we go. Okay, we need to put the camera cover over. Sorry everyone, welcome back. It's quite an interesting endeavour every time. Here we go. And we should be all sorted. Yes, it's definitely starting to bucket down on us a little bit there. All sorted, Owen. Almost. Right, let me uncover my screen a little bit so I can see. Alright, here we go. We're doing another rain bumble. Oh, horse lover. I am also a horse lover myself. Last minute critter that I'd love to see. I think it's a toss-up between a genet and an owl. Because I've seen last minute leopard, we've had last minute lions in the last 2 weeks. I've had some very good last minute finds actually. But none of the smaller things. So that's actually what I'm looking forward to, because it's nice to catch up with some of the smaller predators. They are formidable. And it really can make, oh, sorry scrub hair, can make quite a difference to have a look at the smaller things and soak them in. Right, I'm back at Philemon's Dip now, so I'm heading towards quarantine. Ooh. I can tell you that I am getting
You have to
drenched.
stop to get the covers done.
Okay, you're going to see us putting some more covers down, everybody. We've got to put the sides of the vehicle covers down now. There we go. Owen is busy working on that side. I'll pull on this side. Little bit of canvas for the soul.
Let's get some cable ties.
See, it's a very interesting process. I think at some point we should actually show you how we set up the rain roofs. It'll be very interesting to see it, I think. So what we have to do is secure the sides of the vehicle, because when the rain starts coming in at an angle, it makes it quite difficult for us to keep the camera equipment dry. So what we have to do is make sure that the side flaps are nicely down and secured. So I think it's just the front left OD that hasn't been secured. If you can reach that one. It's a very interesting process, actually. Very well thought out and designed. Keeps us nice and dry and safe. I'm actually going to scan a bit with my spotlight while Owen just does the last little bit. Jeremy, it's a well-oiled machine at this point, I can tell you that much. We've had to do it so many times in a rush. Perfect. We've had to do it so many times in a rush that we have just gotten very speedy at it. But it also comes down to good preparation. I'm very, very particular about my preparation. So I like to have all of the rain equipment covered up very neatly, folded next to me. And then as soon as we need it, I can quickly whip it out and cover the most important things first, the screen, then the camera, or both, preferably at the same time, but Owen's got his own for the camera. And then we cover everything else, the dashboard to protect the cables and the mechanics. And then we've got, it looks like an apron actually. It's a bit of a cross shape, if you can imagine like noughts and crosses. It's a bit of a cross shape, or an X. And in the middle is a hole, and it's an apron that we fit over the top of the camera that keeps all of the equipment in the back of Rusty and Wendy dry. Because we want to make sure that there's no water getting into the cables and the computers and things in the back there. Very important process. And then of course the rain roof, which is a very big steel structure. And then it's got canvas that actually comes down over the front as well if we're really in a bad situation and have to cover everything up, like almost like an igloo, I suppose, but a canvas one. And then two separate sides at the back, a back that comes down so that Owen's back and his sides are protected for the camera equipment. And then I've got separate flaps that come down on either side of me if it gets very bad as well, just to stop it from coming in. Very well thought out, all the separate little elements so that you can separate them depending on which direction the rain is coming from. The only challenge then is you can only film out of the front. Liam, yes, fingers crossed for this fireside chat. The rain has actually just changed direction, so it doesn't look as bad because I'm not driving into it anymore. It's actually coming from my right-hand side, so it's wetting me from the side at the moment. So it's just changed the game a little bit. But yes, let's hope it stays at bay. I'm very excited to have a chat with Lauren around the fire tonight. Very mesmerizing fire. And Lauren is such an incredible wealth of knowledge, knowing all of the characters so well, the history on Djuma, and having developed her knowledge so incredibly over the years. She is an inspiration to work with. I love chatting to Lauren. The most fascinating thing for me is the hyena clan, because I don't think I've ever met another clan that is as studied as the Djuma clan, maybe other than the Masai Mara or Gorogoro Crater, maybe. The super clans, the super predators. But yes, certainly in South Africa, I've never heard of a clan that has been as well studied as the Djuma clan, and a large amount of that is due to Lauren and her passion and her love for them. Very, very incredible. I can tell you all that the rain is not deterring some of the insects, and I've had quite a few to the face already. Seems to be possibly termite alates. They're not too deterred by the weather. They love the rain actually. It's when they're most active, is just after the rain. I'm trying to find any other signs of life on quarantine. Usually there's quite a few ellies, wildebeest, impalas. If we're lucky, white-tailed mongooses. Love to see one of those. I wonder where they all are. I'm not seeing a single impala. Maybe Kara's here. Oh, maybe Kara is here. That is very exciting thought. I'm even checking down all of the roads that lead up to quarantine, because a lot of the time the animals want to move on the roads, especially when it's wet. It's the path of least resistance. Less ticks, less chance of walking into a snake or a thorn or a leopard. Huh, I wonder where they all are. This is the area where Kara has been hanging out, so I just want to scan the trees a little bit. Drive very slowly. Just make sure I'm not missing anything up in these dense trees. Oh, come on, last minute Kara. What a way to end the day. Can't work out where the impalas are. Goodness gracious. Quarantine is so quiet tonight. I'm not sure if the impalas are just hiding from the weather, or if maybe Kara is around, or any of the other leopards or lions. Lauren Moore, I would also love to know what goes through an animal's mind. You can very easily read from an animal's behavior how comfortable it is with you, but you never truly know 100% the impact that you're having or how they think of you. You just know whether or not they're comfortable or maybe somewhere in between. And that all comes from a bit of experience and time spent in the bush, but also from, you know, learning animal behaviors. And it's actually one of my passions is animal behaviors. It was one of my favorite things that I specialized in. And you really can tell so much from the slightest details, whether it's body language or vocalizations, slight changes in patterns even. Very fascinating. Really am quite surprised that there's no impalas up here. I've just checked the termite mound where I saw Kara last time, but unfortunately I don't see a leopard there. Oh Noah, I'm so happy that you enjoyed it. I'm happy that we could share all of those special things with you. Definitely happy about the owl for Lauren. Zebras, elephants, ducks, always good. And some of the smaller things too, dung beetles, millipedes. Very, very nice. can see a little scrub hare in the road. Let's see if we can find it with the infrared. It's actually just off to the edge of quarantine. Ah, there it is. It's so well hidden, you can just see the ears. That's so funny. How is that the only animal on quarantine tonight is a scrub hare? And actually, I absolutely love hares and rabbits. They are such intelligent little creatures. Very special in this kind of ecosystem as well. See, another thing to add to the list, Noah. It's doing its best to move through the thickest section of grass, but I love how every now and then you can just see the top of the ears as they're moving around listening. Feeding as much as it can. I'm surprised it's not too bothered by the rain. Although I suppose when you're that small in the long grass, it makes a difference. But what a lovely afternoon that we got to spend with you. I'm so happy that you could join us, and I really hope that you enjoyed all of those special sightings, elephants and the owl, all of those wonderful surprises, especially the zebras I loved. But please do join us again in the morning. We'd absolutely love to have you on board. And if you can, please join us for the fireside chat that will start 10 minutes after the drive has ended.